You can take the future, even if you fail. This is it's right. Across the street, have the dream, have the dream. We have the dream.
India is a great nation, making strides for social and economic progress. Yet there is one huge problem holding us back. India has the largest population of illiterates in the world. This impacts the lives of millions.
नहीं पढ़े हैं तो जिंदगी बहुत कठिन है, पढ़े होते तो जिंदगी बहुत आसान होती.
But we know this problem is solvable if we work together. Just as we are reaching toilets to every home, we can also spread literacy throughout the nation. Our dream is 100% literacy, in which everyone can participate in the nation's progress. This hope is how Global Dream was born. India desperately needs a people's movement to spread the light of literacy. Literacy for all is within our grasp. We only need to bring together three key ingredients. We need government leadership of a time-bound mission to eradicate illiteracy.
Global Dream trained some 4,000 government teachers to carry out an exhaustive survey of target populations throughout Lucknow district. 4 lakh households and 16 lakh population was covered last. Data showed more illiteracy than we had anticipated.
The mission must utilize teaching materials that simplify and speed up learning. Global Dream is quick, effective, and available in 13 languages. There are multiple Global Dream resources available at low or zero cost for a wide variety of contexts.
ग्लोबल ड्रीम का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है उसमें इन्होंने हमें 2 किताबें उपलब्ध कराई हैं, जो कि ये इसका पहला कदम है, जिसमें एक किताब है बिना मात्रा वाली, एक किताब है मात्रा वाली. वो दोनों किताबें बहुत ही पतली पतली हैं. उन दोनों किताबों में आप ये समझिए किसी भी एक व्यक्ति को अगर 20-20 मिनट लगातार आप 15 से 20 दिन भी देंगे, पढ़ना और लिखना सीख जाता है.
Here are just some of the scalable models developed by Global Dream to mobilize all sectors of society in a literacy movement. Students are leading the change through teaching in school-based literacy centers.
पापा मम्मी के साथ सुबह जाता हूँ कूड़ा उठाने, फिर चले आता हूँ आके नहा धो के इस स्कूल में आता हूँ. इस स्कूल में हमको बहुत अच्छा लगता है.
मैं काम करती हूँ कोठी में. ग्लोबल ड्रीम बुक 1 अभी हम खत्म करने वाला हूँ.
School students are also taking the campaign to homes.
Like when you look at him, you can say that, yeah, I taught this boy. So, you get that very nice feeling from it.
I got this Global Dream project in my summer break. She's Geeta Keshwarwani. She's the maid of my house since many years.
सोचते थे कि हमको रामायण पढ़ना आ जाए. हमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है इस बच्चे से पढ़ने में और बहुत प्यार से मुझे समझाता है.
जैसे अगर हमें प्राइज भी ना मिले तब भी हमारे लिए और बड़ा प्राइज है दूसरों को पढ़ाना.
College students and BTC trainees are also leading the movement for literacy.
हम लोग को जो किट्स प्रोवाइड करी गई थी, इसमें जैसे कैलेंडर दिया गया था, और कुछ फ्लैश कार्ड्स दिए गए थे जिनके थ्रू हमें कुछ एक्टिविटीज करानी थी। तो बच्चे काफी अट्रैक्टेड हुए इसकी तरफ, क्योंकि एक तो उसमें जो पिक्चर्स थी, कलरफुल पिक्चर्स थी, और वो पढ़ाने का तरीका, जो साउंड्स हम लोग उनको बेसिकली बोलते थे कि आप साउंड बताइए, तो उससे उनको इंटरेस्ट आ रहा था थोड़ा।
The real struggle for literacy is happening in village communities throughout India. Urban slum areas also desperately need the light of literacy.
180 ladies of Karoni village passed the NLM exam in August 2015. The volunteers and learners have continued to teach beyond the exams with new learners and greater levels of learning by newly literates. Local volunteers took just 2 to 4 months to prepare the learners for the NLM.
जिंदगी तो बनाए किसी की एक पल के लिए ही सही, जिंदगी तो बनाए किसी की साक्षर बनाए सभी को, साक्षर बनाए सभी को।
Greetings to all and a warm welcome to all dignitaries who have joined at this session of a global international policymakers conclave. It gives us immense pleasure and makes us feel extremely delighted to be with you and you all, and welcome you to the policymakers conclave conducted by Devi Sansthan. We are highly honored to have you all at the International Policymakers Conclave conducted to focus on the policies and measures taken and adopted to overcome the challenges that we face today to implement foundational literacy and numeracy. But before beginning the session, I would like all of you to join us to offer the prayers to the Almighty God.
Music.
As we begin the session today, let us all light the lamp of love in our hearts, the lamp of abundance in our homes, the lamp of compassion to serve others, the lamp of knowledge to dispel the darkness of ignorance, the lamp of gratitude for the abundance that the divine has bestowed upon us. And when you light a lamp for someone else, it also brightens your path too. Before moving ahead with this session, please join me in welcoming our most honored chief guest, Defense Minister, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, who is one of the senior most political leaders of the country. He started his political career as a student activist with Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad. During his tenure as Education Minister in Uttar Pradesh, He took some landmark decisions like introducing the Anti-Copying Act and Vedic mathematics in the syllabus. We are highly honored and delighted to have his esteemed presence with us at the conclave to share his views on foundational literacy and numeracy.
May this love spread far, peace and harmony. May the Lord keep this love always burning forever and ever. May this love spread upon the peace and harmony.
Friends, greetings to all of you. It is a matter of great pleasure for me to be a part of this Policymakers Conclave on the important topic of disruptive foundational literacy and numeracy. I am certain that all of you will come up with important suggestions and ideas on how to improve FLN outcomes for children and adults in a relatively short period of time. FLN is broadly conceptualized as one's ability to read basic text and solve basic math problems. This is a necessary foundation and an indispensable prerequisite for all future schooling and various life outcomes like health, employment, etc. Friends, when we were young, teachers often focused on the 3 R's. These are reading, writing, and arithmetic. These 3 basics have been the mainstay of our education system since ages. However, as technology has progressed, more and more schools have not been stressing on these basic principles. It is indeed true that education is much beyond the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic. However, 3 R's are the bedrocks on which the edifice of all education is built up. I see a close association between the concept of the 3 R's and FLN. If a student can read, write, and have basic mathematical skills, it paves the way for future learning and development. Foundational literacy is one of the most basic human rights. It is also one of the most important elements of socio-economic transformation from individual to social, national and international level. Be it public health or employment opportunity, social equality or civic participation, literacy and numeracy are the most basic requirements in every field. If we want to make our world a better place for our future generations, then foundational literacy and numeracy will be the first and most important step. Friends, human resource is the biggest asset of any nation. The condition and direction of any country, to a great extent, depends on the quality of its human resource. And the condition of human resource depends on what are the education and health levels of the country. To a certain extent, even health outcomes depend on education levels. The United Nations has set a sustainable development goal for the world towards ensuring completely free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education of all children. The UN has set a deadline of 2030 to achieve this goal. We all have a lot of work to do towards achieving this goal, and we have to increase the pace of improvements in educational system. As per various international and national reports, learning levels of children are not exactly at the levels we would like them to be. During COVID, this situation has only worsened due to this terrible epidemic of the century, and it was a compulsion to keep the schools closed. Although the schools were doing their work in online mode, but as you all know, the quality of education which is available in offline mode cannot be delivered to the children exclusively in online mode. And not only India, but the whole world had to face this type of problem. If the pandemic has done the work of disrupting our existing education system, then to overcome it, we need to use disruptive technologies in literacy and numeracy. We have to take foundational literacy not only to the pre-pandemic levels, but also to a much higher standard. With the help of technological advancements like smartphones, tablets, and laptops, we may accelerate the pace of learning in children. However, many questions may arise on this step, including the question of their cost. But here, I would like to quote that if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. That is, if you find education expensive, then try adopting illiteracy for once. It will prove to be more expensive for us than investing in education. We should keep this in mind in such a situation. Discussing the ideas of disruptive learning and promoting them, if found useful, is need of the day. In this direction, I would like to mention the concept and program of accelerating learning for all, or ALfA, which is being run in different parts of the country and the world. I was told that through this program, it is possible to make children and adults reading capable in 45 days and fully FLN capable in just 90 days. I hope that in the coming times, this program becomes more successful and gets a wider reach. Friends, I would also like to share with you that the government is also proactively and diligently working to improve foundational literacy and numeracy outcomes among children. Most of you here would be aware about the visionary approach adopted in our National Education Policy 2020. This policy emphasizes that the highest priority of the education system will be to achieve universal literacy and numeracy in primary schools. To this end, the government has launched a national initiative for proficiency in reading with understanding and numeracy with the acronym of Nipun Bharat, for ensuring that every child in the country necessarily attains foundational literacy and numeracy. The Government of India has also initiated a wide range of programs for achieving the goal of universal elementary education through several interventions. Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan is Government of India's flagship program for school education catering from pre-primary to senior secondary classes. This scheme focuses on the importance of early childhood education and provides systemic intervention in harmony with the existing infrastructure. Along with that, a nationwide sub-program by the name of Padhe Bharat has also been launched to improve comprehensive early reading, writing, and early mathematics program for children in class 1 and 2. Friends, the challenges related to education are not the challenges of any particular class, region, or caste. This is the challenge not only of our country, but of the whole world. Therefore, to solve it, the whole society will have to come forward together. For this, it is necessary to adopt a whole of the world approach in which all parts of the world and society may participate. When the government, civil society, organizations, educational institutes, global development agencies, and the donor agencies would work in unison, we can hope to achieve our cherished goals sooner than later. And today, when policymakers from different parts of the world and other dignitaries from the academia have gathered on a single platform to discuss the universalization of AFLN, it is a harbinger of a big change in the future. I believe that all of you will come out with practical, effective, and futuristic ideas while deliberating on this important issue. Without saying anything further, I wish that this conclave achieves all its objectives. I conclude by wishing you success in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. It's absolutely wonderful to hear from you at the helm of affairs in our country, and that also the defense sector. You've been education minister in the past, and you understand education very well. You've also been a physicist, and so I really appreciate the vantage points from which you come to literacy and to foundational literacy and numeracy. You're so very right in saying that the cost of illiteracy is far greater than any cost of literacy. I wish we can continue with our endeavor to make India and the world literate and be guided by you and be blessed by you. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you, sir, for your presence and for your being with us at this conclave in such meaningful ways. I'd like to invite now Robert Jenkins, the Global Director for Education and Adolescent Development at UNICEF. We've heard Robert Jenkins, we have seen his great statements on the net, the reports that UNICEF has been issuing regarding the COVID and beyond the COVID and all the phases of development through which education has gone. Robert has been very, very active in his analyses, in his thought processes about what can be done to mitigate the deficiencies we find in education. So I'd like to invite Robert Jenkins to say a few words. He did say after the COVID that it is not sufficient to bring children into the school, that we need intensive care beyond that. And we see that children are coming to school, but they're not learning. So 5 years into schooling, even before the COVID, it was not proving that the children were learning. And 53 to 58% children before the COVID were not acquiring the requisite skills of foundational literacy and numeracy, that is the skill to read, write, and do basic arithmetic. So in essence, we had 10-year-olds who had done 5 years of schooling, were unable to read, write, and do basic arithmetic. And it was not an increment between 2015 and 2018. The World Bank reports there was a decline. It went from 53% to 58% of illiteracy, or what World Bank refers to as literacy poverty. So I'm really delighted that he can be presenting for us here from New York, and I welcome him to this session this evening.
Hello, my name is Robert Jenkins, and I'm the Global Director of Education and Adolescent Development for UNICEF. And I'm so sorry I couldn't participate in person in the conclave, but I very much appreciate this opportunity to share these very brief thoughts by video, and I look forward to engaging with you all. A few just brief remarks. One is, well, thank you for this opportunity, but also congratulations to all of you for convening and having those important discussions that are planned through the various themes. I can see some very challenging topics are being discussed and deliberated on. And indeed, it's a very challenging time globally for education, recognizing the global learning crisis, recognizing increasing disparities, recognizing the number of overlapping crises we have linked to climate change and conflict and other challenges. It's indeed a very challenging time for the sector, and therefore I congratulate you to convene and to deliberate on how to address this challenge, but also how to have a step change in the education sector to transform and reach children with improved quality and access to education so they can realize their full potential. In UNICEF, we focus on 3 key transitions as a child moves through their learning journey. One is on early childhood education. We recognize that education at the youngest age is the highest investment of public resources in terms of the return on investment, ensuring children are school ready when they enter the school system. Number 2, another key transition is as a child is in school, acquiring foundational literacy and numeracy so that they can be successful in school as they progress. As we all know, that tends to be at 8, 9, 10 years of age. The acquisition of foundational literacy and numeracy is critical. Unfortunately, many school systems around the world are failing very large numbers of children to acquire those foundational skills. Therefore, we see dropouts as they move and the rest of the curriculum kicks in, and indeed children struggle with being successful. So a focus on foundational learning has proven to be critical. A third key transition is as a child progresses into adolescence and youth and is exiting the school system, do children and youth have the full range of skills required for them to be successful in adulthood, meaning foundational learning, but also transferable skills, skills that cut across various occupations, skills like problem solving and creative thinking and interacting with others and respect for diversity and other social emotional well-being, but also digital skills and entrepreneurship skills and other key climate change related skills. So UNICEF focuses on those 3 transitions, and we look forward to engaging with all of you on how to improve our programming and partner with you on enabling children to transition through those transitions. We are also a leader in education emergencies, and we fortunately are seeing increasing numbers of children affected across the world and living in fragile contexts and countries and communities that are affected by climate change, conflict, and other challenges, and needing to respond and enabling children to continue to learn in such challenging circumstances continues to prove challenging, but also a key focus of ours. I do encourage everyone to think about the impact on climate change is having on communities, on countries, on children, but also the role education can play, both within the schools, through curriculum changes, through training and supporting of children to acquire skills that enable them to engage in climate change work, both mitigation and adaptation, but also looking at the school as a springboard for children and youth to engage in their communities and their countries more generally on climate change related activities. I also just want to give a particular shout out, if you'd like, because I know teachers is a key focus of the conclave. UNICEF recognizes the central role teachers play in enabling children to realize their full potential in school systems. We do recognize different countries support teachers in at different levels and in different ways. There's a very wide range of levels of support, of remuneration, of tools to enable, learning tools to enable teachers to effectively deliver learning opportunities to children. And we would encourage all to recognize the centrality teachers play in the success of education systems and in the success of each and every child's life as they are learning and acquiring skills. And again, a shout out, if you'd like, and a great appreciation to teachers and what they achieve around the world. So thanks again for this opportunity. I wish you all the best in the conclave, and I look forward to being in touch.
Superb. Thank you so much indeed, Robert Jenkins, for your words of deep analysis and wisdom regarding the 3 transitions that UNICEF supports as the most important. And I understand these are the return on investment on children that school needs, especially with respect to the ECCE, the children, young children. Then second is in school, when they reach school, that foundation literacy and numeracy
success is very important for 8 to 10-year-olds and is critical for their future development, which is where we are at this Policymakers Conference, looking at both of those, in fact. And then you talked about transitional skills. Again, third key transition are transferable skills like problem solving, interacting with others, working with others, even entrepreneurship, and preparing children for climate change skills. So when they emerge into the real world, they are connecting better with climate and understand the consequences and act towards preserving the climate. And of course, you talked about the education of children in emergencies and their fragile contexts and what we can do about them. You'll be happy to know that we've started to engage children in emergencies. We also have Rana Darjani here, who's been doing a lot of work with children in an emergency and fragile conditions. We've started to do a little bit and look forward to collaboration with Rana to get into more such context. She actually does We Love Reading, and I'll describe more about her in just a minute. I also want to say that it is a wonderful time to welcome, thank you, Robert, for being here. I think he's already gone. But anyway, just want to say that it's a pleasure to have all of you here. Rana Darjani, Dr. Manjula Sharma, Professor Fed Mednick, Mr. Michael Matos, Mary McCool Berry, Sigamoni Naiker, Inga Mate Stenseth, Bill Graham, Tazeen Siddiqui, and Miguel Pena. And all of the people who are watching us on YouTube and other channels, as well as those who are here in the other side of the webinar. So welcome to all of you. And though I think our host for the evening, Sumita Bhatt, has already said hello and welcome, I'd like to just add a few more words to the context as to why we are here and what we are trying to accomplish. Today, this one is the third session of the 3.5-hour session of the Policymakers Conclave. And the purpose of the conclave is to bring the policymakers to think about how can we accelerate our work on FLN. As you know, the underlying theme of the conference has been, let's step up the acts. So there is a lot of work going on. Governments are very busy working on the foundational literacy and numeracy and early childhood education, but it is not sufficient response to the crises, as we will all agree. We can also perhaps agree that given that 70% of the world's children, and this is data from UNICEF, UNESCO, World Bank combined, and this is estimated based on their country studies, 70% of the children, 10-year-olds, cannot read, write, or do basic arithmetic. I think this is most unacceptable. We cannot say this is going to continue to be the case. We cannot accept that these children who are in grade 5, who are not able to read, write, and do basic arithmetic this year, they're going to be failed by this. They're not going to be able to continue their education. And if they do, it will be mere sitting in the classes but not learning. And it is a crying shame that we are going to lose so many 5th graders and possibly even 4th graders coming into 5th grade if we don't catch the situation quickly enough. It is first trying to catch up on the gap that has been created by the COVID, as we agreed or understood from World Bank data, that 58% of the children worldwide were not able to read, write, or do basic arithmetic. And in some parts of the world, it was even more before the COVID. And after the COVID, in some countries, it is 90%, like the Congo and the Philippines. We find it very amazing. I was discussing with the person who is our colleague and partner in converting the books, our toolkits into Filipino language. And this person was really surprised. He said, I don't believe it. So many children are in school. Actually, there's a lot of problem here because children are going to school, but they're not learning. So when they're going to school, we assume they're learning. And therefore, we don't really believe that 90% of the children in grade 5 in so many countries cannot read, write, or do basic arithmetic. The question is, what is holding back our ability to teach them and teach them fast enough? Already, 14 months have gone by since the COVID eased and the schools reopened. Have we been able to use these 14 months in more efficient ways than the 14 months in the pre-COVID conditions? I think there has been a lot more effort, at least in India, we see tremendous amounts of effort. There's a new education policy that came out during the COVID. And then there is the Nipun Bharat mission, which has been designed especially to combat the problem of FLN. The government has been asked, as Shri Rajnath Singh ji also reported, the government has asked all the state governments to come up with their proactive plans, definite plans, and give this the topmost priority in education. Because it says that rest of learning, rest of education is redundant if we do not attain foundation literacy and numeracy. And people are working very hard. The government is working really hard in all the states of the country, and I'm sure worldwide. Yet, the accomplishment has not been as big as the effort. So what is holding back potential? And here I'd like to submit that maybe it is not the policy and the programs, but it is the pedagogy. The pedagogy by which we teach the children, maybe it is very ineffective. And if you look at how are the children learning worldwide, in India and all parts of the world, majority of the world is teaching through what's called whole language approach to learning. So with sight words, with A for apple, B for boy, we all know it, we've done it in whichever part of the world. And this is apparently rote way of learning, as well as it is sight-based words understanding, and children are not learning so fast. So this is one scenario. The second is, which is slowly creeping in, is the phonics revolution. And there are phonics wars going on. Which kind of phonics is more effective than which kind of phonics? But the reality is that phonics is a lot better, and research is proving that it is a lot better. And yet we are proposing a third kind of teaching of reading, and that we are calling ALfA, accelerating learning for all. And that's yet another type of reading pedagogy, which allows children to read. ALfA is more than just for reading. Of course, we were talking about whole language phonics, and in that context, ALfA. But ALfA also is a brand new approach to teaching of foundation literacy and numeracy and education beyond that as well, up to grade 12. And it's a vastly different way to cut how we conduct education, or cut the pie of education. It's a very different way to conduct learning in the classroom, the transactions of learning. So instead of being, for example, teacher-led, and in many classes across the world is teacher-led, teacher-centric, many innovative teachers today are teacher-led, child-centric. And child-centric would mean that they will do a lot of hands-on activities. They'll have the children divided in groups, working in pairs even, and they will be doing a lot of activities with the children. But still, the pedagogy remains teacher-led. What we want to accomplish is child-led. How do we do child-led? And that is your third way, again, ALfA. Child-led would mean that the children are actually running the show. They are learning. They're not facing the teacher at any point in time, except when the teacher is doing instant feedback or something like that. So they're always facing their partner, and the two of them are discussing and negotiating and co-creating learning. How's that possible? This is where our experimental work has come in. For last 8 years, we've been working in the trenches, in the slums, the villages, in the government schools, and in the private schools and budget private schools. And we've been developing a pedagogy, which is called ALfA, as I mentioned. And in that, it just came out in 2022. Before that, we were trialing ideas that had some level of success in some domain or another. But when we struck this new chord called ALfA, we felt this was the right chord for education that we can now play, at least for the time being. And for me, this is like, the mobile phone versus the landline phone. So it's a paradigm shift. It's not going to be possible to fix the landline phone, keep fixing it, which is what we are doing worldwide. We keep tinkering at the margins of what education is, and we assume that's always meant to be that way. We're saying, no, it's not meant to be that way. It can be vastly different. And what can it be? And what would it look and feel like? It has to deliver many more promises than just academics. And this is where I really also loved the vision of UNICEF, where we're talking about problem solving, interactive skills, all these skills. They're inbuilt, they're not accessories, they're not things added on. to the old. It's not finishing touches to an old landline phone. It is actually a new technology, maybe the mobile equivalent, where you have multiplicity of gains in one gadget. So let me very briefly mention why it is relevant, is because it is delivering foundation literacy and numeracy in mere 45 days. If you do 2 periods a day, it's 45 days. If you do 1 period a day, it's 90 days. So it's 45 to 90 days, depending how we implement the change. And we always invariably ask the schools and the governments to do a research design around it. So there is an RCT, randomized controlled trial, and where people from outside, not yourselves, are basically gathering data on whether it is working or not working. And for that, there needs to be a random control trial, random selection of schools, within that random selection of control group of schools and treatment group of schools. So it's quite an elaborate process, but it means a baseline at the beginning before everybody begins and an end line when they finish their intervention, and then comparing the difference at the beginning and the difference at the end with each other. And then doing a statistical analysis dividing by standard deviation to come out with something called effect size. And so we've done that data analysis, and we've also been very fortunate that very early on, we were able to get the government support to expand it into 2 low-performing districts of the country, one being Sambalpur in Odisha, a state in the far east of the country, and one being UP's district called Shamli. And between these 2 districts, we were able to experiment at a far bigger level than our laboratory schools or contexts that we were working in up until that point. There was some disturbance. I had to go quiet a bit. Very sorry about that.
कोरोना से पहले बच्चे पढ़ नहीं पाते थे।
May I just continue then, saying that the problem of literacy can be solved with this particular pedagogy a lot faster. If we agree that this is possible, I was talking about the break we got with the government schools and being able to expand from beyond very small scale size present implementation to a much larger level of implementation in these 2 districts. And beyond that, when the experimental work went very well and the RCT showed promising results, and this was observed by students of Harvard Graduate School of Education and Professor Fernando Reimers. His book has just come out on 3rd of March, posted on Amazon. It's a 540-page book, and in which chapter 8 and 10 both refer to ALfA. And because they were onlookers of this program here from his team, his students of Masters in Education Policy here in Uttar Pradesh, looking at the situation, and another set of students were looking at the Maldives as a case study. And basically, that is really good early endorsement of the process that is working, not just at a small scale, but a larger scale. And then from there, we got, within 5 months of starting this program, we have received an MOU with the state government of Uttar Pradesh to do this in 15 districts of the 75 districts of Uttar Pradesh, while we had started with just 1. We also got the interest and engagement of Maldives, where they have received support for a pilot from UNICEF, and that's a 2-year support, which is really fantastic. Very quickly, the Ministry of Education was able to get that support. I'm thankful to the Minister of Education of the Maldives and to the Minister of State for Education as well, Dr. Abdullah Rashid Ahmad, and the Minister, Aishat Ali. Very grateful to them that this MOU between us has taken place and that we can actually do this pilot and then beyond that possibly expand it nationwide in the country of Maldives. We've also had interest in other countries, and of course it's interest, so we don't need to share that, but yes, there's a lot of growing interest. And from different states of India, we now have 4 states implementing the pilots in place of the 2. So again, acceleration. So I think it is possible to believe that it is a breakaway methodology that can allow the mobile phone equivalent, that can allow the acceleration of literacy in this very, very accelerated way, just 45 days to 90 days. And we're only asking for 1 or 2 periods a day for 45 or 90 days. If it's 1 period a day, it is about 5% of a school's year time in 45 days to learn to read and write. Just 45 days, 1 period a day, about 5% of total school's academic time for a year. And that enables these children to read. And therefore, if they can read, then they can learn all the rest of learning by the capacity to read. So that's very, very exciting. When we talk about 2 periods a day for 45 days, that's 10% of a school's year's time, and probably the one that leverages the rest of learning. So we are very, very excited that this can be offered. We're offering it complimentary as a gift from our side to the world. It's converted into 31 languages of the world, and we are looking forward to convert to more languages of the world, and at the same time to carry this mission forward in another modality that we tested the waters with yesterday and day before. It's called MOOT, or Massive Open Online Training. And Massive Open Online Training is basically working. We had no idea. We were just testing the waters, seeing will it work, will it not work? Because actually teaching online is not supposed to be so effective. We've seen that through the COVID period, teachers trying to teach their children, and teaching teachers also may not be so effective. But what we found, we really worked hard on this and figured out a way to engage large numbers of audiences into engaging with us during the process of training, and then giving them a test, at the end of it, a quiz, and them passing in whopping numbers after they took the quiz. So obviously they understood the lessons, it worked well. The testimonies, the discussions, the interactive chat, and them participating in the hands-on activity, whether they were at home or at school, with the materials we gave them online. It was just a pleasure and a joy to see this working out. For me, it was just like, okay, if it works, works. If not, we'll think of something else. But it is working. So what it means is that we're offering, besides the 45-day challenge, which we're offering the world to carry out in their individual schools or with the governments at the national level, as in the Maldives, we are also asking the we're also asking the governments to do this at the level of teacher training and capacity building of the government staff, and to make this on a rolling basis. So whenever there's a demand, we can produce this training. Already, after we did this yesterday and day before, a few days prior to that, we got information that we would like training. Certain of the governments of India wanted training for their teachers in Hindi. So we are doing on the 14th and 15th, we're rolling it out in the Hindi language for the Hindi belt, because they'll understand Hindi more. So we're expecting quite a bit of turnout in those 2 days as well, and we'll be continuing to offer it. So that's our offering, and this is the discussion that I wanted to bring to this Policymakers Forum, because it's not just about a dialogue and discussion. It's not just about let's sit around and bring various stakeholders together and come up with nice ideas and changes, which we have done for many, many years. It's also about giving vent to innovative projects and practices that have shown some possibilities like ours in the field, and then scaling them up in different countries. It's also about funding research by the teachers who are working in the government schools, in the private schools, bringing them together to share the research. Like I went to a wonderful research-based conference in the Maldives, and teachers had brought their research to it. That was really powerful. In Singapore, they do this. They even fund the teachers to do their research. I think that is something we can also consider, because if something they try out and it works in their action research of their laboratories of their own classes, then this should also be accelerated. There should be the n number of approaches that should be tried out, and then whatever works best to take it up further. We just gave you one example of our own, but there must be many more examples of really great practices out there, and we hope to learn about them as well. But yes, certainly 45 days seems impossible, so we would like people to try it out. The stakes are very low. And the training is also very short. It's 3.5 hours for numeracy and 3.5 hours for literacy. That's all. And we're saying now you can start your classes in this new way. Okay, so this sets the stage for more policy level dialogue and discussion, how to go further from where we are at so that we can scale up the FLN and we can step up the act towards greater FLN. I'd very much like to now have a very quick sneak peek into a classroom. This is a short video from the village work that we're doing with the government in the village-based schools in a small village called Shamli. In the Shamli district, a small village called PS Kairi. And these are not professionally made videos. These are all small videos that the teacher posted in a WhatsApp group. So you will hear some noise, or you'll not see such perfection in the video. But what you will see as an educator, as an educational leader, is the level of learning of these children within 45 days, what they learned, and how these grade 2 children, 7-year-olds, have surpassed the goals of foundation literacy and numeracy at grade 3 level. And that also within 45 days. They finished all their textbooks for the year, and the teachers, now reading storybooks and doing all sorts of fun things with these children. They're reading the newspaper as well for practice. So I'd like to share with you that classroom success, because the end is this. We want children to learn and learn ever so well with all the confidence that's possible. So we'll begin with that video. And after that, I'll be requesting Rana Dajani to present her thoughts. After that, Dr. Manjula Sharma, and then Professor Fred Mednick, then Michael Matos, followed by Mary McCoolberry, literacy expert from the US. Sigamani, you're welcome to give comments. If you do not want to speak, that's absolutely fine. I think then we'll be having Bill Graham and Tazeen Siddiqui, Inger, and possibly Miguel also will try to fit everybody in. So thank you very much indeed. And of course, Joanne. Joanne has joined us from Chicago, from Literacy Chicago, and she's working with adult literacy in Chicago. So we'll be happy to hear from her as well. So let's start with this video very quickly. After that, we'll introduce Ranaji for you.
Sunita, there is something with the sound.
पाठ का क्या नाम है? एक दूसरे से प्रश्न पूछोगे?
अपनी दोस्त की ओर से व्हाइट हाउस, रक्षा विभाग, पेंटागन और विदेश मंत्रालय ने अलग-अलग बयान जारी कर अपना।
चलो बनवाओ संख्या कोई साथी से। शाबाश। चलो बेटा साथी को सवाल बोलो कोई।
7050।
7050।
2163।
$2163 घटाओ इसको। सही क्या बेटा इसने घटा करके क्या संख्या आई है?
4887।
वेरी गुड, बहुत अच्छा। वेरी गुड। एक लिखो स्कूल और एक बच्चा लिखो जगतपुर। क्या बात है। घड़ी में टाइम बनाना आ गया बेटा? घड़ी में टाइम देख के बता दोगे? अब 5:45 बनाओ। शाबाश शाबाश, बहुत अच्छे। 10:05। सही बनाया बेटा इसने? सही बनाया, शाबाश। चलो सामान खरीदो दुकान से।
10 के बेटी बम, 10 के आलू बम, 5 के काट दे दो।
कितने हुए?
125।
ठीक है। चलो बेटा इनसे कोई आकृति बनवाओ।
आयताकार।
क्या बात।
The workload of teacher has reduced, and then copy correction work is also like somehow reduced because they are checking each other's work. For me, I will say the role of teacher has changed drastically in ALfA classroom.
Children work here in pairs. So, they used to go home and they used to work with their parents as pairs. So with this, I think parents have also been a part of ALfA.
What makes me most happy is that my daughter reads newspaper daily. I have seen children coming home and demanding their parents for toys, gadgets, and different expensive items. But to my surprise, my daughter insisted me, Papa, please buy English newspaper. You can say this for how many kids these days? It's very rare.
All the things that are being done in ALfA modules, they are eco-friendly as well as cost-free.
In ALfA, I've never been required to buy any material from outside. My child's learning resources are made with waste items which are lying at home. She uses chickpeas, grams, newspaper, and sticks to make her resources.
हमें ऐसे प्रयासों की जरूरत है जो फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी को न केवल प्री पैंडेमिक स्थिति में बल्कि उससे कहीं ऊपर हमें पहुंचा सके। इस दिशा में मैं सुनीता गांधी जी को उनके कंसेप्ट और प्रोग्राम एक्सेलरेटिंग लर्निंग फॉर ऑल अथवा ALfA के लिए बधाई देना चाहूंगा, जो आप देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों में संचालित कर रही हैं। साथियों, इस प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से लोगों को 90 डेज में लिटरेट बनाया जा सकता है। मैं आशा करता हूं कि आने वाले समय में बड़ी संख्या में लोग इससे जुड़ेंगे और इसे सपोर्ट करने के लिए आगे आएंगे।
India peaks. China is number 1 in international B-school application. SP doesn't want poor and youth to get benefit of government schemes. Yogi. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on Tuesday lambasted. मुझे किताब बहुत अच्छी मिली, मैं इसको पढ़ के आगे बढ़ना चाहती हूँ, इसलिए क्योंकि इसमें अच्छे पाठ है। गणित में तो हमें पता ही नहीं लगा कि कब पढ़ाई होगा, बहुत अच्छी पढ़ाई और है। इस किताब को पढ़े और जल्दी आगे बढ़े।
तो बच्चों अभी आपने जो गणित की संख्याएं सीखी, जोड़ना सीखा, ये सारी चीजें आपने सीखी, इसको कहते हैं अल्फा टेक्निक। तो क्या आपको अल्फा टेक्निक से गणित को सीखने में मजा आया?
So I'd also like to very warmly welcome Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi, founder director, City Montessori School, world's largest school, and recipient of the UNESCO Prize for Peace Education in 2002. So welcome to Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi, educator par excellence. And I'm so delighted that you could watch some of that video, Dr. Bharti Gandhi. And you can see, I hope all of you felt something was going on that was special and very, very different. Actually, it is very interesting that we started this program in the villages and the slums, and we went to the government schools, but the private schools like my mother's Dr. Bharti Gandhi, did not accept the change immediately. Because when you are running an elite school, you're more fearful. What will happen to my children? You know, I think so, I'm not sure. But nevertheless, finally, after it went really well in the government schools, my mother finally agreed, let's do a pilot in City Montessori School. It's a big school. It's got 60,000 children, and that's a big responsibility as well. But now that we have data from City Montessori School, we are now expanding it within the City Montessori School as well, and many other schools across the country. So I'm very, very delighted she's here. She's been part of the process that's evolving with ALfA, and we can implement this change in so many beautiful ways at my mother's school as well. I'm always busy with my Devi work. So she and my sister Geeta and my father are running the show in City Montessori School. They are the hosts for this organization, for this event that we have organized around FLN. Okay, so over to welcoming Rana Dajani, somebody who I really admire and whose work is exemplary. She is from Jordan. She's president of We Love Reading.
Yes,
it's a community-based model, changing mindsets through reading to create change makers. It has been awarded the Jordan Star of Science by His Majesty King Abdullah II, University of Iowa College of Medicine Distinguished Alumni Award 2018. Higher Education Reform Expert EU, Tempus, Jordan, Founder Service Learning Center, Hashemati University, speaker at TEDx Dead Sea and TEDx PSUT, World Islamic Economic Forum 2012 and World Science Forum 2015 and 2017. I think she has created no less than a revolution. Her work began in Jordan. She's done a lot of research around it. It has gone globally. And also in our country, in India, people are following her program. So I'd like to welcome Rana Dajani. We love reading.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Peace upon you all. I am delighted to be here with you today. And I'm so excited about the program that Sunita is running with all the wonderful impact she has described and showed us in all the videos and testimonials from the students, the parents, and the children and teachers. I'm going to start by sharing my screen briefly. And I want to say, starting from what was mentioned by previous speakers, is that we are living a big challenge in the 21st century because of different circumstances, whether we're talking about COVID or natural disasters like the recent earthquake or what happened in Pakistan and the floodings, or climate change. And then we have displacement and war and strife. So the future, and within artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, we don't know what the future of education is going to look like. And we want to design, when you design for something you don't even know what it's about, it's pretty tough. But there are basics, and the basics are, if we don't know what it's going to look like, but we can train and give the students the skills they will need to tackle that unknown future. Those skills were mentioned, like critical thinking, empathy, being a self-learner. And I think the core of all those skills really is the motivation to learn. To how do we foster that intrinsic motivation? And if there's an intrinsic motivation within the child, then we've done our job, because then they will go out into the world and tackle it throughout their lifetime. So the question is, how do you do that, right? And we know this is based on research, that if you foster and nurture that agency within the human being, then they have a purpose. And when you have a purpose, you're more creative. And when you're more creative and have a purpose, you're happier and your well-being increases. And ultimately, that's what we want. So my question is how do we do that? And just in the spirit, because we're sharing all these different experiences and wonderful programs and innovative projects, I want the one Sunita is running, ALfA, but I also want to bring your attention to a new report that just came out that was prepared by a network of social entrepreneurs around the world. It's called Pathways to Transforming Education, Proven Solutions from Social Entrepreneurs. I urge you to check this out. I'll put it in the chat. But the core message here is that we want to depend on local, proximate leaders who know better the challenges and therefore can design better solutions, such as ALfA Solution or We Love Reading or other solutions around the world. And so from that premise of how do we plant that intrinsic motivation to foster so that we can reap the benefits of this intrinsic motivation, a child has to love to read. And this love comes from passion, from desire. So the question is, how do you help a child fall in love with reading? And through research, we found that it's about having a role model, somebody reading aloud to the child, somebody close, somebody within the community, within the family. And that way, as the child is growing up, the neurons, as they make connections within the brain, there becomes an association between the feeling of security, happiness, care, safety with reading that stays with them when they grow up. So when they're sad, they want to read. When they're happy, when they want to read. If they don't know what's going to happen, they can always resort to reading. And so from this premise, we developed the We Love Reading program, which is about changing mindsets through reading to nurture change makers, people who can take the initiative and make a difference. So what is this program? It's about training women, men, youth, and anyone for that matter, how to read aloud in their native language. It has to be in their native language. So if it's in Jordan, it's in Arabic. If it's in India, it's in Hindi, or even local indigenous languages, and to read in the local neighborhood. And the person who's reading, we call them We Love Reading ambassadors. These are volunteers, and we trust them 100% to start these reading aloud sessions within their community. And because they're from the community, they know better where, when, and how to invite the children. That is the We Love Reading program in a nutshell. And the result is you produce a child who has fallen in love with reading and then becomes therefore a lifelong reader and a lifelong learner. And in this context, we are redefining what education looks like. So rather than being within a classroom, it's outside anywhere. Rather than being connected to a time, either in like the time in the school or the time like after 18, you don't go to school. This is forever. You keep on reading lifelong. And it's not tied to the normal people we're used to learning, which is the teacher. Right? This is tied to everybody in the community participating in the learning experience. So whether you're a grandmother, you can read aloud to the children, a mother, a father, a youth, anyone can participate in this learning activity. And especially when children are out of school for multiple reasons, this becomes a placeholder to keep them engaged with learning and reading. So the person who takes the training, which is now online for free in multiple languages, I'll drop the training link into the chat. They go through a journey from awareness to learning to fluency to mastery. And this allows them to not only, what we found, address multiple SDGs at the same time, but also to address multiple things like not just early education and learning, but also mental health, because you're sitting with an adult. It addresses the adults become social entrepreneurs in their own right. And so in this context, it has because this is a grassroots initiative, it impacts holistically multiple things at the same time. And that's a lesson there. Just like ALfA, when you design a program locally, you benefit a lot of things at the same time. And so we scale deep, meaning when you change one person, you're actually changing everyone around that person. And across time, because their children, their grandchildren will change. So if you focus on one generation, similar to ALfA, then you will change the whole future. And of course, these multiple programs complement each other. Not one program can address everything. For ALfA, it works in the school. For We Love Reading, it works in the community. So the child is exposed to the same kind of creative, child-centered kind of learning wherever they go. And this creates a more synergy and fosters that feeling and agency in the child that they can. We Love Reading has spread to 65 countries around the world because of its simplicity. And these We Love Reading ambassadors are connected through a mobile app, a virtual community, which is very important, especially with COVID and the lack of being able to communicate. We have also done research, right? Because we want to learn how the program works and how we can make it work better. So we partner with different universities around the world. And I'll just show you two pieces of data. One, this is with Yale University. This was Trinity College and Queen Mary University, London, funded by the British Academy. We were able to show that children's improve in children's attitudes towards reading, all improved in a randomized control trial, and it was sustained over a year. We also showed with Brown University that the 3 executive functions, working memory, emotional regulation, and inhibitory control, all increased in these children, and more so in those coming from a lower socioeconomic status, meaning we can bridge the poverty gap just by reading aloud once a week to the children. So We Love Reading is innovative because, one, we have the secret sauce in fostering the mindset of I can. A child doesn't have to wait for somebody to call them to read to them. We have fostered that intrinsic motivation within them to seek that knowledge because they're having fun. It comes from a place of desire. And for the adults reading aloud, they are also becoming agents of change because they're doing things because they want to, not because they have to. Secondly, this program is based on universal shared values. Yet it celebrates the diversity within each community because it focuses on the native language and on reading from the local culture. And this balance is based on nature. You know, we all have the same DNA, yet we're all different. And it's based on trust, right? When I trust everybody, then I trust they know what's best for their community. And lastly, it uses technology, but in a way that helps us rather than we're enslaved to it. So we don't use technology for the children. We read real books with the children because they need that human eye-to-eye contact, that smell, that touch, that physical intimacy, and that helps their brain develop better. And we use the technology for the adults so they can remain connected for sustainability and to feel they have support and people, ambassadors around the world to help each other. So our motto is the chaos theory in physics, which says if a butterfly flutters its wings in one place of the part of the world, it moves the wind a centimeter. As a result, we have change in time and space beyond what we can imagine. And so every ambassador who is reading aloud to the children is that butterfly who's making an impact. And now that you've learned about We Love Reading, we encourage you to talk about it, to share it. Along with ALfA, these are programs that complement each other and can make a difference. And they follow the same philosophy of being free, open to the people, child-centered, fostering that feeling of agency, that feeling of I can. And we need this to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and beyond. These are our contacts, and I'm really happy to be here with you today and to share and to learn, because together we can make a difference in this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was awesome and very well presented. Rana, you are an amazing person doing amazing work in the communities, as you pointed out the distinction, and also mentioned that these are complementary, and we need to work in the communities as much, because many children are out of school, don't go to school, and many children who go to school need that reinforcement at home. And I didn't hear her mention, but she is working in a number of situations with children in emergency and fragile conditions. And I totally agree with her chaos theory idea that we need to start something that has, the catalytic impact as wide and as deep as possible as she's doing with her efforts. So I want to thank Rana for her wonderful presentation. There will be time to have question and answers a little later on. And she shared her link, so please have a look at the research that she pointed out, published in that journal or book that she mentioned earlier. Okay, so right now I would like to invite Dr. Manjula Devi to present her thoughts from the point of view of the government. She has a joint portfolio of pedagogy and state women development in Samagra Shiksha. That means and encompassing education in Himachal Pradesh, one of the states of India. She's working at the state level, is the governing body, and she's also the governing body for elementary and secondary education, as well as teacher development in the state. She has nearly 20 years of experience in teacher education, in skill development, in initiatives and alternative schooling programs for dropouts, textbook writing for primary classes, material development for elementary and secondary school students, gender sensitization, and community mobilization. So I'd like to invite Dr. Manjula Sharma, who is at the helm of affairs of her state in Himachal Pradesh, to please present her transformative story. Dr. Manjula. Dr. Manjula, are you there? Okay, we'll play a video that she has given us, and when she is able to hear us and join us, then we can listen to her as well. But there is a video she has shared with us, and if it is not in the right language, I'll be happy to give a gist of it later on. Please, can you play the video? Thank you.
सभी को नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो मैं देवी संस्था का बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी, जिन्होंने एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज ये कार्यक्रम ऑनलाइन रखा है और जिसमें मुझे भी शामिल किया गया है। इसके लिए मैं आपका कोटि-कोटि धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी। हम सब जानते हैं कि मूलभूत साक्षरता और संख्यात्मकता, फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी और न्यूमरेसी, जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 है, इसके चैप्टर 2 का एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 एक मिशन के रूप में सभी बच्चों के लिए फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी और न्यूमरेसी की प्राप्ति को प्राथमिकता देती है। शिक्षा मंत्रालय की इस बेहतर समझ कि शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता प्रारंभिक वर्षों में विशेष रूप से महत्वपूर्ण होती है, वर्ष 2021 में राष्ट्रीय निपुण भारत मिशन शुरू किया। अगर आप निपुण भारत मिशन को देखें तो ये नेशनल इनिशिएटिव।
I apologize. I think that the video is in Hindi. So what we'll do is we'll post it to everyone with English subtitling later on. And if Dr. Manjula should hear this, please join us so you can share your story yourself. And we can be feeling blessed by hearing what you're doing in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Right now, I'd like to invite Professor Fred Mednick. So he's our honorable guest and presenter. Professor Fred Mednick began his career as a teacher and school principal. In 2000, he founded Teachers Without Borders. And I remember that time when I met him in Hawaii. So that was really awesome. And then so many years later, we caught up with each other. So in 2000, he founded Teachers Without Borders to connect teacher leaders to information in each other to close the education divide. Brains are evenly distributed throughout the world. He's fond of saying, brains are equally distributed throughout the world. But education is not. Teachers Without Borders champions teachers as critically important and truly sustainable change agents. His organization is also encompassing the world, and I'm so delighted that Professor Fred Mednick can be here with us for this deliberation on policy and programs to accelerate FLN worldwide.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Gandhi, my mentor and friend, and everyone here. I have to say that the last presentation was stunningly good and concurs with all the research we at Teachers Without Borders have done. I am a natural skeptic. And so it takes a lot to convince me of something. I am fully convinced of the value and impact of this program. Teachers Without Borders works a great deal in education and emergencies, including earthquake, science and safety, natural and national disasters. And, this conference has been focusing a great deal around the notion that foundational literacy and numeracy is, in fact, an emergency, though I don't think the world looks at it as such. And so, not to repeat the things that other people have said, the issue of an emergency is, we don't think of water as something that we would add on later once everything else is done, and nor should we think of education as anything other than essential and affirming and life. The ability to sustain life in emergencies. Before an emergency, the preparation and planning stage of teachers is essential. In intervention, child-friendly spaces, counting children, normalizing life. And so literacy is the key, I think, to all emergencies. What I'm fascinated by is, and in this case, going to look at this not as a teacher, a trainer, or a having a large global network. I want to look for a moment about the bigger picture of policy and strategic design to support all of these efforts. ALfA, we love reading, other things of that sort. And here's what I'm seeing, and here's what the research is showing, and that's why I'm so in love with all of this. So instead of marching through slides, I just want to make a few points, and I can make all my slides available to anyone who wants them. And also to say that one of the things that happens at conferences of this sort is that they evaporate afterwards. And Sunita will not let that happen. She's going to connect us all so that all of us can pool our efforts and we can walk our talk. And so here's what I'm seeing, at least what the research is saying that confirms and affirms everything that we've heard so far. One is this, and I'll march through them and I'll be brief, is that we have this convergence of what works in literacy. After all the reading wars and battles, clearly there's a brain-based literacy acquisition and retention and phonetic awareness that is really putting an end to these reading wars. You have that convergence, and then this convergence of capacity, the ability to build networks and reach people. And we haven't seen the convergence of research in literacy with research in capacity. And that's why this program makes a lot of sense. Why? Because it doesn't require large amounts of money to get started. You don't need the big cash infusion to get started. In fact, that cash infusion will come if people get started. And so, converging this literacy research and capacity is essential. Another kind of thing that is a common theme I've seen here and is particularly characteristic of this kind of work is that it has to work everywhere, in school, out of school, for adults, in emergencies, in peacetime, in a variety of settings. And one of the ways to do that, which seems to be particularly clear, is the idea of reaching the people who reach the people. If brains are evenly distributed around the world, education is not. Reaching the people who reach the people is an act of local dignity. I mean, teachers, for one, are the largest professionally trained group in the world. They know who's sick, missing, or orphaned by COVID, subject for human trafficking. They're peacemakers in everybody's backyard. They're a development army. They're the glue that holds society together. But they're not the only ones. And in a program like this, you need everybody. And so a policy that validates and affirms and dignifies the notion of people reaching people, household by household, all those family literacy programs, is extraordinary. And the research is bearing that out. There's also this notion of technology. We talk about this all the time from, as was said before, ChatGPT or whatever. But I'm more and more thinking about reasonable and accessible technologies, non-threatening technologies, barbershops, newspapers, houses of worship, community centers, as radio particularly, as ways of the vehicles for reaching people who reach the people in these non-threatening ways. Another thing that I've seen in the groundswell of efforts for literacy and mass movements, and characteristic of many of them, is not necessarily to swoop in with these outside evaluation, complicated external measurements, but to actually teach evaluation, dignify people enough to teach evaluation. If people wrap themselves around this, and their natural suspicions, like mine, are validated by being able to evaluate the program and report those results, the ownership is extraordinary. I also think that small changes and tipping points make a big difference. The idea of, let's say, solar-powered lights or eyeglasses, that, those things may be incentives, but you would be amazed at how, they accelerate things. So, you're teaching reading, but distributing eyeglasses is a big deal. I also have found, and it's affirmed in many of the things said today, that culture and context matter. Our work is often in this whole field of comparative education, but countries tend to beg and borrow and steal and buy programs. And though, sharing is great, I think things have to be rooted in their culture and context. And countries engaging in a discussion about literacy is not just about what the best program is, but what fits within the things that culture values and loves. And combined with reaching the people who reach the people and reasonable technologies, I think you get a lot of great, penetration and buy-in. And then I think that policy follows this. That starting, as Dr. Gandhi has said, 90 days is hardly a risk, but it is, to me, absolutely essential to get started. I do think that, I have a million slides here on how this hopscotch strategy that the whole group at Global Dream has developed can work. I do believe that this is a very strong kind of methodology for getting started at a policy level, beginning with political will and ensuring, a bottom up and meeting halfway. And I think that much of this is described in detail in the Disruptive Literacy book that the Global Dream team has put together. Which lays out the evidence for mass movements in literacy and shows a very concrete way in which a low cost and scalable program like ALfA can work. And so, again, I want to start with not letting this evaporate and saying that I'm at your service. I also have a book coming out in November. I will send people copies. Teachers Without Borders is a network. There is no charge for courses and resources and membership because we believe that teacher reciprocity and agency, and the connection between education development is going to always work. And so the students I've had working with this program and my own research affirms what is being done here. And I just want to make sure we can all stay in touch and really appreciate having a chance just to say a few things about research and policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Fred. He has been a source of great courage for me, and a lot of hard work has gone in on his side to help us plan this, the twin events. We call them open online events. We've had a lot of meetings, and he's done a lot of consulting with us and advising us how to go forward, and a lot of groundwork for the work we're doing. So I'm eternally grateful to Professor Fred Mednick, a member of our organizing committee for these two twin events, and also member of our advisory committee. which is a global advisory committee with members from 22 countries.
My pleasure.
So I'd now like to introduce a wonderful person who is an expert of literacy. I think it follows naturally from what Fred Bednick has been saying about the pedagogy. And I'd like to have Mary introduce herself. Then we'll play a video that she has made, which is, all her views in a video form. But she's here to then field any questions later on. Mary McCool-Berry is a literacy expert who worked with children as a public school educator for over 3 decades in the United States of America. Achieving literacy for all people across the planet is the work to which Mary McCool-Berry is now dedicating her time and skill. So I invite her to say a few words before we begin her video. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. I feel very honored to be here today with all of you. And from the learners that I work with in the United States, in St. Lucia, where I've started some literacy initiatives for people with dyslexia, the learners in all over the world have just one message, and that message is that we are running out of time. And we need to get busy so we can talk and talk and talk about policy. But this program, I believe, Sunita has created will be the catalyst for bridging the gap and making people all over the world literate. So thank you so much I don't want to take up too much time because I do have the video, but you can reach me at readkeys.com. And I am dedicated to literacy and dyslexia, and I work with students every day. Thank you.
Video, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Mary McCool-Berry. I am a literacy and dyslexia specialist and advocate in the United States. I have over 3.5 decades of experience teaching people how to read. So what's the big problem? We all know the statistics. Even in the United States, low literacy and illiteracy is a huge problem. We are running out of time. We must start the work now that is so important to our brothers and sisters across the globe. For there will be no peace. There will be no equity, there will be no justice or democracy unless every person learns to read, write, and do maths. This is what drew me to Dr. Sunita Gandhi and Global Dream in the first place. Dr. Sunita Gandhi's dream is brilliant and huge, ambitious and daring. She believes that the literacy and numeracy problems that we have, the process of learning can be accelerated. And as a practitioner, and I'm still practicing today, I agree. What I love about Dr. Sunita's ALfA kits is that she and her team accelerates the process for readers across the world. I know this can be done because I have used ALfA with private students that I teach, and because they are engaged in meaningful work, they are talking with each other, they are discovering, and they are building on what they already know, their background knowledge, which began when they were born. So we know that there are 5 pillars of reading: phonemic awareness, letter sounds, the sound relationship and how we attach it to letters, phonics, vocabulary, comprehension, fluency. The decoding part is the first part, while those other pieces are going on in the minds of people as they read and as they've been hearing words since birth. All people must be taught how to read and to do maths. Why? Reading is a human invention. The toolkits, they meet the kids at or the learners at their instructional level. I love the games part. I love the conversation part. I love the fact that kids are building, they continue to build on their background knowledge using the toolkits. So what in my experience can be done about it? Well, publishing companies believe that they are selling the magic elixir, the cure that will make everyone literate and numerate if you purchase their products. ALfA, these toolkits aim with purpose to teach people using all different modalities, using paper, pencil, things that students have in their own environment, in their own culture. But they also have an app, which I think is super, super cool, that tracks student data. And I think that once the data starts pouring in from all of the schools that are using the ALfA toolkits for literacy and numeracy, this movement will spread. A movement is people who are engaged and working together. And this is what Sunita Gandhi has started. She is the catalyst for change in all the people who work with her. We all believe in literacy for all. That's why we're here today. That's why we dedicate our time and our lives. So, as an American educator, an international educator, I urge you to consider these toolkits and implementing them across your districts, because I believe that everyone can learn to read, and they can learn to read in a much faster way. And I'm excited to work with Sunita, her team, and most especially children, because children are the future. The future is sitting right before us. The ALfA toolkits will improve literacy and numeracy worldwide. I know, because I'm a teacher, just like you. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you, Mary, with your insights and that whole support that we feel coming our way from an expert who is truly well known for her work in literacy and dyslexia, teaching children with dyslexia. Now I'd like to invite Tazeen Siddiqui, our guest of honor as well, Managing Director, Mansha Educational Society, lead NASA Space App Challenge 2020 and 2021 for Telangana and Uttar Pradesh, top 100 women icon experts of India, advisor Finland Education Organization 100, winner Global Nelson Mandela Leadership Award. Wow. Chairperson India for International Long-Term Economy, created Tanzine Taxology Theory, which has a course at International Long-Term Economy Forum. Wow, I really am honored to welcome you, Tazeen Siddiqui. The floor is yours.
Yeah,
thank you
very much. Thank you very much. And very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here. Heartfelt gratitude, Sunita Gandhi ma'am, for inviting me here. And it's an honor to be with the galaxy of stars, illuminating knowledge and learning with excellence. Well, I am so honored to be here. I always believe that schools are not made up of walls, doors, or windows. They are made up of ideas, thoughts, and vision. And I want to congratulate Dr. Gandhi for leading with excellence and igniting every young heart and mind with excellence. And congratulations, each one of you, for sharing such great knowledge. Well, the phase that we are in right now, we are, experiencing the learning crisis in our young minds after COVID-19. And I believe to bridge the gap of this learning crisis, we could go for a bridge course in every class where, we can give them the concept knowledge of the previous class, where they could have only online learning, where they were not exposed to the experiential learning, or they were not exposed to the real natural surroundings. So what we can do is now we can give them the bridge course of 2 months or 3 months and lead to an integrated concept learning, starting from the seed of the plant to the fruit of the plant, where the kids can learn in an integrated way and everything that they could learn about the plant. So I believe an integrated learning would be a great benefit for our young minds. And second, the project concept would be an effective way to enhance their innovative and creative skills. Because when every concept that is given to the students to make their projects, to bring on their innovative ideas, would help them come out with their skills of imagination, their skills of how to articulate things, how to analyze things, and how to apply things in an effective way. So every concept which is given as a project would help them effectively by coming on with great ideas about the innovation activities, innovation methodologies. So these two methods could be really effective for students. And there was one more crisis that I believe happened, was emotional connectivity crisis that happened, where the kids lost that emotional connect between the teachers and the students. The discipline kind of a thing was a little laid back, because they could even lie down and hear the teacher. They wouldn't even sit at a place or hear the teacher. So that discipline of learning was kind of took a back seat. So now we need to inculcate that emotional discipline learning as well, and that we can do it through role plays or through different concept learning activities. I'll share an example. When I was a principal of a school, and what happened was, suddenly one of our few of our mates, the ground staff wasn't available, and suddenly lots of the leaves and all were there on the ground, and the ground was full of leaves, and I worried that, like, how can we clean it in a creative way? So what I did, I asked the grade from 1st to 5th to come down and collect their favorite leaves, their favorite color leaves, and make innovative stuff. Within an hour, the whole ground was clean, and every book came out with amazing, projects. Some made amazing statues. Some made amazing hut sceneries out of those leaves that were lying on the ground. So this was one of the creative ways, where the cleaning was done, the learning was inculcated, and also the feeling of responsibility was inculcated. This is not the work of only the people who are doing the ground stuff. It's the responsibility of each one of us to, make the surroundings clean, and how to, channelize it in the most creative way. So this was one example that I wanted to share. And one more example of emotional connect, how we can improve in it. That there was one student of grade 10th who, he hit another student, and the other student was hurt. So I had two options. I wanted to hear my mind or heart. My mind was saying to rusticate the student, and heart was saying to transform the heart. So I listened to my heart, and I took the undertaking that I want this child to be with me for 1 month. If he improves, it's great. If he doesn't, and I took the undertaking from the parents, the student who was hit, and the parents said, okay, go ahead. Within a month, I made him do all the written work and the homework of that child whom he had hit. And within a year, that child came out as a most disciplined child. He learned the art of caring. He learned the art of helping others. He learned the art of discipline and love and compassion. And I believe that this is an age where we need to transform the young hearts and minds to excellence. And thank you very much. I won't take much of your time, but thank you very much. It was a great honor to be here, and it's a great learning too. Thank you very much. Take very good care.
Thank you. That was most beautiful. really appreciate. And we can see you're really journeying through education from the heart.
Thank you so much.
Needed very much in the world.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone.
I'd like to now invite Michael Matos. He has been patiently waiting. I'm sure many people are. At this point, we've been listening to a lot of materials. But before Michael begins, may I please request a short video about these very thin booklets? I want to say that we need to worry about the environment. And normally to teach literacy and numeracy, every grade level has a textbook, which would be maybe 150 page long. Then in our country, we have very thick workbooks, 150 to 200 pages long workbooks, together a minimum of some 300 pages for a particular subject, say numeracy. What if we told you that it was possible to teach all the grades, kindergarten 1, 2, and 3, with just 32-page booklet of numeracy? That is multiple grades, just the same booklet, going through from class to class is finished. You're done with the literacy levels, you're done with reading. And that's only in by using 32 pages. What if we told you that, in fact, we don't even need the 32 pages because the booklet is shared between 2 learners? It belongs to the school. It doesn't go home in the bag of the child. It belongs to the school, so school can use it for a number of years as well. So keep dividing. So you divide 32 pages because 2 children are sitting together is 16. If 2 sets of children are using in one different another class, that's 8 pages. If you use it for 2 years, it's 4 pages. If you're using it for 4 years of learning and you don't need to bring it up for children who've already learned it, we're talking about even less pages. We're talking about nearly 0 number of pages and nearly 0 cost and nearly 0 carbon. So this is really remarkable that one can learn so much with very little carbon imprint. And so I want to show you what these booklets look like. How is it possible that we can make these very thin booklets to teach numeracy or literacy? What is the magic formula? And really, children are doing lots of fun activities as well. For example, in the process of doing so, they're learning about the environment, but also they're learning about gender equality. They're learning about humanity because the process itself is paired learning. And when it's paired learning, and that's 95% of the class time, teachers are not being faced, the teacher's sitting in a corner, teacher's just observing the children, maybe doing her own work. We tell the teacher, go and take a walk and go get yourself a cup of tea, read some books, because don't interfere with the learning process children are engaged in. And how is that facilitated? By a totally different design of learning materials, which we call the ALfA toolkit, as Mary has mentioned, with very, very few pages, and learning all the foundational skills they need to learn for grade 3 and beyond grade 3. So it has a modular structure, as you will just discover. And so half a page module is all we need to teach numbers 0 to 10. So there's concept of 0 as well, and 1 to 10. Even and odd numbers as well, using beans, ice cream sticks, matchsticks, always some concrete objects. But the teacher is not teaching and the children are practicing. There's a lot of time on task. The same half page in the workbook of our government school learning materials for the children, 180-page workbook, it has 46 pages dedicated just to learn numbers 1 to 10. And I've seen many more pages than that in some other versions, just to learn the numbers 1 to 10. And we're saying you can reduce all those 46 pages and do it with just half a page. Every module has a set of prompts. Prompts are at the bottom of the module that tell what is the task of the children working in pairs, what the 2 of us will need to do in our learning about numbers 1 to 10, and nobody is teaching. Children are learning on their own. Teachers just sharing, how are you going to learn about this? What are you going to do in order to understand the numbers and the concept of 0, and also the concept of even and odd. And you'll see some classroom experience also in a compare and contrast with traditional versus ALfA. In the prompts, we also give them prompts for writing questions on their own. So we eliminate completely the need for a workbook. We don't need workbooks. That saves a lot of money, and the environment. It'll definitely be very difficult for publishers. Mary was talking about these publishers wanting, ever so much that their books be in the bags of the children. We're saying it's not necessary at all. And you can use the same material if you laminate it and keep it nicely for multiple years. So it's going to cut down their business quite dramatically if they actually came in to work with us. So in the prompts, we also give some prompts for questions. We give them maybe 3 different types of questions, 5 different types of questions, just very, very briefly. And these are written as just a hint as to the kinds of questions you can make. And it's totally remarkable that in the same time that a teacher will say, everybody make the number 45 for a minute, okay? And she will go around the class checking everybody's made 45 in whichever way written it correctly. In the same time that she would do that, children will have made 10, 15, 20 questions for themselves and for each other, and they'll have made different questions as well. And they'll have learned so much more. So it's truly accelerating learning because this modality of having these modules with prompts and prompting the kids to make their own questions for each other. So I'll pose questions for Yusra, and Yusra will pose questions for me, and we'll be learning by making questions for each other and reinforcing that learning. And there's a lot of repetition involved with different activities, different numbers, and so forth. So it is all happening, and you'll see how the books look, why those simple. Even activities are in there. For example, one character-related activities. For example, that I'll say for Yusra, I will say she is, give me an adjective for why.
For why?
While she's thinking, I'll ask Sumita, if she happens to be my pair. We change pairs every single day so that children are working with every single child. And if by chance I happen to be a special needs child, every child in the class has a privilege of working with me. I feel really good, and they learn empathy. So it is very nice when we're working together. So I'll say to Sumita, I'll say, what adjective would you give to yourself? Stupendous Sumita.
That matches with my first letter of the name, Sumita. Stupendous Sumita.
Stupendous Sumita. And I'm also S. So what would you say for me? We negotiate, we discuss.
Superb is much simpler.
No, you don't need to think of bigger things. But the fact is, all qualities are connected. It doesn't really matter. And this is something I gathered from my mother. I'm so happy she's here because she taught me this. She said, associate at least one quality with every child. And that one quality that you associate with your child becomes the starting point of all the other qualities because they're all interconnected. And I love this idea, so we incorporated this in the toolkit. So in the prompts, I'm going to make a badge for her called Stupendous Sumita. She'll make a badge for me called Superb Sunita. Okay, I'll be wearing that badge and feeling really good about myself because my pair thinks I'm superb, and she will think, oh. And we can look up the dictionary also to find some names and words. Doesn't have to match the S. For sure, but how do they learn adjectives? This is an adjective, right? And then we'll wear this badge for a month, and this is through the prompts. So there's the character. The character is also built in many other ways. For example, I'm saying, "Oh, well done, Sumita. That was really a good question. It's your turn now." They're taking turns. We're learning citizenship skills. She will say to me, "Sumita, it's your turn now." Right? I'll say, "Sumita, it's your turn now." Yusra, it's your turn now. So that way we are learning citizenship, we're learning character, and it's every single day, every single moment. Plus, guess what? I'm saying to her, you are great. Look what great word you came up with. Mary talks about building vocabulary. So we have a vocabulary exercise we did with the trainees yesterday and day before, and it's awesome exercise. So she makes a whole bunch of words. There are only like 6 or 7 letters on the screen in this particular module, and we're all to make words for each other, words from those 6 or 7 letters. She makes maybe 18, I make maybe 11, doesn't really matter. She has made some very simple words maybe and some very big words. I've made some simple words and some big words. We look at each other's work and we say, wow, this is beautiful. You came up with a very nice word. What does it mean? So we look up the dictionary. So there's a lot of negotiation, talking, communication, collaboration. There's a lot of learning. There's explosion of learning that takes place in such a classroom. So we want to share with you how that happens with very simple modules, with very simple instructions, which are direct instruction to the children as to what is their task in pairs, in paired learning. I don't think that I have come across any learning material that focuses on paired learning. If you have, please share with me, but I have not come across that. And so I want to share what we have come up with.
Welcome to the ALfA English Literacy Program, which teaches the foundation of reading and writing in a swift and enjoyable manner. Learning English can feel daunting because it is not phonetic and has funny spelling, but the ALfA books are there to guide your children on the journey. Book 1 introduces the most common sound of each letter, and students practice reading single-syllable words and simple sentences. The first page gives useful instructions for how to use this methodology of paired learning, in which children ask each other questions to build from their existing knowledge. It also reminds you to avoid some common mistakes, such as using rote learning or teaching the whole class at once. The first lesson introduces 6 letters. In step 1, we check whether students are familiar with what each of these pictures are called in English. If English isn't their mother tongue, they may be unfamiliar with some, in which case we can use a variety of games to introduce them. For instance, use the flashcards provided or invite children to make their own and play matching games. In step 2, the students ask each other questions to go from picture to sound to word. First, they point to the picture, asking, "What is this?" Then they ask, "What is its first sound?" After repeating for the other picture letter combinations, they then ask, "What do these sounds join together to make?" and follow up by asking the meaning of the word. Students then swap roles for the next word, taking turns to ask and answer questions. Remember to focus on the sound of the letter, not its name. That is, we say ka, a, t, not c-a-t. In step 3, students use the same letters introduced above to form new words. Here, abstraction takes place as students blend the sounds in new combinations. If they forget how to decode a letter, they can refer above to step 2. The mentor notes below are a reminder of the whole process. You will need to keep reminding your students to take turns and ask each other questions. The mentor notes also provide extra video resources. Each lesson has the same structure, introducing 4 to 6 letters to cover the whole alphabet in just 5 lessons. The lessons gradually build up the number of words in step 3 to increase the level of practice. The next 3 pages give phonetic practice of the different vowel sounds, a, e, I, o, e. The alphabet is presented here well into the book. It's here just for revision. We don't teach the alphabet at the start because it's more interesting for children to learn to make words from the outset. The next few pages have practice sentences. Here, sight words with non-phonetic pronunciations begin to be introduced. For instance, the letter A normally makes an A sound, as in apple, but it can also make an sound, as in umbrella. We use color coding initially to show the different vowel sound. Similarly, the letter S can make a Z sound in words like is and was. The next 2 pages help children construct their own simple sentences with a given structure. They can generate many more sentences by simply replacing the last word of the sentence. Another page facilitates vocabulary building as children ask each other questions like, "What is that?" while pointing to different objects and pictures. Book 1 concludes by providing more reading practice with a poem for each of the different vowel sounds, followed by simple comprehension questions. Book 2 teaches longer words which aren't necessarily phonetic, and it builds vocabulary, fluency, and confidence. It starts by introducing some common consonant combinations like SH, CH, and TH. It also demonstrates the silent E rules. We go on to many passages which each practice a particular vowel sound like A as in rain and ok as in talk, and so on. Then there are some pages to thematically build vocabulary: vegetables, fruits, household objects, places, transport, and verbs. Again, prompts at the bottom encourage children to ask each other questions like, what is your favorite fruit? And can you catch the ball? We go on to short passages which foster values such as love of learning, equality, friendship, and cleanliness. The passages also have comprehension questions. Learners can make their own questions to ask each other. Further pages are there to help children introduce themselves and learn manners. Now we build more vocabulary with an animal theme used to introduce prepositions and adjectives in a fun compare and contrast activity. Then there are role-play passages in which children take turns to read their part of the dialogues between Raju, Sona, and their mother. We move on to a foundational understanding of grammar with sentence-making activities. Children choose one word from each of the columns to construct a noun-verb-noun sentence. Book 2 concludes by teaching the order of pen strokes for writing small and capital letters. So you can see that using these 2 thin booklets with plenty of activities, we can teach foundational English literacy swiftly and enjoyably. The ALfA program teaches numeracy swiftly and easily. Let's take a look inside the structure and flow of the numeracy book. The inside front cover shows a reminder of the key principles of the ALfA approach to numeracy, children working in pairs, using physical objects, and making connections with their everyday life. It also reminds that ALfA numeracy teaches skills that are important for children in any grade of primary school. Each module's name is an I can statement. For instance, I can write numbers 1 to 10. Each module has a pictorial representation of whatever activity the students will do and prompts below explaining it. The teacher can help the children form pairs and read the prompts. Module 3 encourages children to learn and write a family member's mobile number. Module 4 introduces the concept of matchsticks as ones and ice cream sticks as tens, extending counting and writing numbers up to 20. Maths is about more than just numbers and operations. The ALfA numeracy books interweave many different concepts throughout, making strong connections with daily life. We then extend counting up to 100, including showing a number board. The idea of a clap as 10 and a snap as 1 is also introduced. Children become increasingly confident with recognizing and writing 2-digit numbers, as well as representing them using ice cream sticks and matchsticks. The next modules teach single-digit addition and subtraction. Children solve the given problems using matchsticks and also in writing. They then make more questions for each other. We go on to addition and subtraction with 2-digit numbers, again using ice cream sticks and matchsticks. The pictorial representation shows the concept of carrying in addition, that is, exchanging 10 matchsticks for 1 ice cream stick, and also borrowing in subtraction, that is, exchanging 1 ice cream stick for 10 matchsticks. The next page takes it all a step further, introducing hundreds and thousands. We then extend addition and subtraction to 4-digit numbers. The same concepts of carrying and borrowing are used. Children solve the given problems and then make more questions for each other. The next modules teach multiplication as repeated addition. That is, 5 times 4 means adding 5 together 4 times. Children construct the times table themselves and start to remember them. The same concept of repeated addition also works for multiplying 2 by 1-digit numbers, again using ice cream sticks and matchsticks. We teach division by grouping objects. Children represent a number, for instance 48, using ice cream sticks and matchsticks. They then divide it into equal piles, in this case 4 piles. Again, children make more questions for each other. ALfA also explains long division for large numbers. Children represent the problem using chits of paper, distribute the number into equal piles, and then take change, for example, exchanging 100 chit for 10 tens chits when needed. We then introduce the calendar. Children ask each other questions about their birthdays and various festivals and holidays. They compare which months have how many days. Children also learn how to tell the time. They can spin the hand of a toy clock and ask each other what time it is. Further modules introduce money. Toy money is provided for children to play shopping games, which further builds confidence with number operations. The next modules focus on measurement. Children have fun using irregular measures like paces and handspan to measure the classroom and objects in it. One page focuses on length. First, centimeters and meters, with children measuring each other as if at a tailor's shop. Then kilometers with a fun geography activity. The next modules introduce volume in liters and milliliters. Children bring bottles, glasses, and containers to do fun activities measuring water. Children also ask each other questions comparing the weights of different items and can even make their own weighing balance. ALfA also introduces fractions using pictorial representations and cutting or coloring pieces of paper. The next page has a number story. More than separate word problems, a number story involves children with multiple questions that build on each other. This story spans the different operations as well as concepts of weight, volume, and time. So you can see that with this simple book and a technique of hands-on paired learning, children can learn numeracy swiftly and easily thanks to ALfA.
Question and answers, okay? So you have to copy it. This question, what was Tim hitting at the wall? Tim was hitting a ball at the wall. Correct. The cat said, correct. The cat sat on the mat. So today, children, we will learn the table of 2. You have to learn the table by heart. What is the first sound? What is the second picture? Circle. What is the first sound? What is the third picture? What is the first sound? What word will you get when you add the 3 sounds together?
In traditional classroom, children fear marks and exams. In ALfA pedagogy, children are engaged in joyful learning. They are driven by curiosity.
Hello, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. I want to buy few things. Yes, ma'am. I want this book. It is of 100 rupees. And I want this book. It is of 50 rupees. And I want this stand. It is of 5 rupees. 100 plus 50 plus 5 equal to 155 rupees. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, I hope you can give your comments, what you feel about this method in the chat box. We will not spend more time on it, but pictures tell 1,000 words and videos tell you 1,000,000 words. Anyway, now I'd like to welcome very warmly Michael Matos. Michael Matos, Education Technology Director for an organization called Scale Lit in Chicago, Illinois, USA. He's also Regional Representative and Technology Chair on the Coalition of Adult Basic Education, COABE, a national board. This is the biggest organization I'm adding on, which supports the adult literacy education across, I believe, 2,200 or 2,300 other organizations, and it's a coalition of all these organizations, and he's on the national board of that. He has been an educator and advocate for adult education for over 25 years. So I warmly welcome you, Michael, and so lovely to see you at the other end of this, technology, Zoom, America, and we are here in India. It's so nice to see you.
Very, very honored to be here, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I've been listening to everyone, and just that power and passion to deliver literacy everywhere is evident, and that has a lot to do with what I'm talking about is that delivery, and a little different from not putting down the books, and especially that last video with the numeracy. I'm a big math, what we'll call it, enthusiast. Okay, I give quite a few math presentations. And that book was awesome. I love the information in it and how it was delivered. Very nice, Dr. Gandhi. And so, what I'm going to talk about are our apps and how we would onboard learners to apps way before the pandemic, where we looked at onboarding as an in-class activity, where we had students use the tools that we had in class to mimic a phone, and we could do that with various tablets and other laptops, and maybe even a Chromebook as well, and be able to have parents work with the younger learners, or in the other way, the younger learners work with the parents to be able to download an app. And the apps that we were looking at, and I'm not really going to concentrate on the actual name of the apps or anything like that. You can reach out to me. I'll share the link to this presentation, and we can talk a little bit more about the individual apps that we looked at, that we were already onboarding learners throughout the state of Illinois. I'm coming to you from Chicago, Illinois, and we had various community-based organizations, community colleges, and workforce training entities, all working with the delivery of these apps, as well as we had public school systems working with some of these apps as well, and looking at that onboarding and what can be learned from that onboarding, not only these literacy skills, but also the digital literacy skills as well. So I'm going to see if I can share my presentation here.
An emotional appeal kind of.
All right. And hopefully everyone can see that. And is it coming up now? All right, let me try this. Can I share it right from here? All right, here we go. There you go. So I'm going to share it from here instead of trying the slideshow. I knew that was going to happen. I'm getting a little bit of a low signal coming in from here, but so once again, Michael Matos, and there's my email that you can reach out to me at. I'm the Education Technology Director at an organization called Scale It. We're scaling literacy everywhere we can, from a textbook to a chat GPT, however we can do that with whatever is available to us, and most of the times at low cost or free, right? So looking at onboarding and what we experience with apps and having learners go on apps, whether it's on your phone or not, and looking at how we delivered that. And this is before the pandemic, and during the pandemic, of course, a lot of this picked up in need as we looked at it from the beginning of when we started to deliver some of this onboarding help to get learners to be able to securely download an app, be able to use it, be able to look at the history of what they've used, and then, of course, bring it back into the classroom and have those questions they can generate from them. All of these apps had offline features where you can use it offline, where you don't need that. Obviously, I'm working every day with digital equity and inclusion throughout our country, as we look at broadband, that access. We look at those tools, being able to have a phone, whether it's a smartphone or just a little bit less as a cell phone, being able to have access to training, so to be able to use these digital devices and be able to just conduct whatever family work or anything else on as a virtual setting, most of the time through your phone. So what we saw here, we looked at how to design this onboarding process. So we had these organizations all over the state that wanted to learn about that. This later became a national thing through many of these apps that were promoting this onboarding process to get people to download these apps properly. We looked at how to create the parties and have learners come in and download the app and complete an activity or two, and relate that to what was going on in the classes and the topics that we were learning. So why look at this? Why look at mobile and most of the times we're looking at a phone when we're talking about mobile, but of course we know that there's other devices. The number of smartphone users, for example, it's 6.92 billion, which translates to like 86.29% of the world's population. Smart and feature phones, which are the cell phones, are 7.33 billion, which make up 91, little bit over 91% of the population, the world's population. And looking at smartphone users, they check their phone on average of 12 minutes, burying their heads in the phones for 80 times a day. The average struggles 10 minutes without checking their phone. There's even a name for it, nomophobia, as you can see there, the fear of being without your mobile phone and losing your signal, which many of us have noticed. The learner access to home computers, it's very limited. In many cases, the home computers don't have that connection, as I mentioned, that broadband connection, or they may be computers that are just completely outdated, or never had a home computer. Okay, so 25% of our learners reported access to computers at home, while more than 88% of our learners reported access to a mobile phone. And then while those those computer skills were lacking, through the mobile device, the learners seem to navigate a little better. At on ages, starting at 8 years old up to adults. We also know that learners spend a lot of time waiting. So this is what brought us to our next part is they have access to this learning. They have this device, or parent has this device. Can they sit there and actually be productive and continue to learn easily? Looking at, how we started to learn with this and how we created this onboarding to have them use the apps. There's been a number of studies on, we all, or many of us, binge on watching TV shows or even listening to a particular type of music. Well, you can binge on an app, and a learning app is what we're looking at. And you can continue to learn while you're waiting, walking from place to place, and being able to keep that literacy building as well. Thank you so much for having me here, and it's a pleasure speaking with you. So if there's any questions, I'm available.
What's the company website name again?
So the company website is scalit.org. So SCALIT.org.
Michael, thank you very much indeed for a brilliant presentation. I think it'll be very useful for people to know about this. Yes, thank you for sharing the link. And, we are really seeing the leveraging of technology for reaching literacy to masses. So this is really innovative. I'd like to now invite Joanne Telsafrere, who has been working with Literacy Chicago, and she's also working on adult literacy. So it'd be really nice to see what she's up to. We invited her to be with us in India, and so she's here with us in this room where we're working. We'll share with you how this room looks and who all are here helping us to make this possible. So inviting Joanne from Literacy Chicago, presently in Lucknow with us, talking about adult literacy. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you so much for having me here. I still can't believe I'm in India. Hello to Michael. We work together on a lot of different projects, so it's nice to see you here. I'd like to share my screen with you, if that's okay, and show you. Here we go. So I work for an organization in Chicago called Literacy Chicago. We're the oldest literacy organization in the city. We're 55 years old. And I did a little presentation earlier today. I don't know if any of you were here, probably not. So I just wanted to talk to you about adult literacy and the problem in the United States, that there are 43 million adults who cannot read, write, or do basic math above a third grade level. The US Department of Education has these statistics on their site, that there are 130 million people who read below sixth grade level. So that's like over half of Americans can't read above sixth grade level. And just to give you an idea what that is, newspapers are written at sixth grade level. So that means they can't read a newspaper. US born adults, so we're not talking about immigrants or people who can't read in English. We're talking about Americans who speak English fluently, but they make up 2/3 of the adults with low levels of English literacy skills in the US. And I think it's very scary, to be honest with you. So in Chicago, we have 2.7 million people, more or less. And the last count, which was done in around 2016, showed that there were 882,000 who are functionally illiterate. So that's almost, that's a third of the city. How can that be? Well, it is. So we're trying to do whatever we can about it. I'm going to talk about the solution that we have, the program that we have, and then how we're going to integrate ALfA into our programs. First, I just wanted you to think about what some of the barriers might be to adult life. And I can't see the chat box, but if you want to type some in, I think there's some barriers that are kind of surprising. Everybody knows poverty is a barrier. Poor health. I can't tell you how many of our students are out. They come to class and they disappear. I call them and they're sick. A lot of people are incarcerated and they can't read. And there are programs now, more and more programs in the United States trying to teach them. But we often get them when they get out. A big barrier is shame. People are so embarrassed that they can't read. A new student that came in the other day told me he had finally admitted to his probation officer that he couldn't read, and she sent him to us. After a couple of days, he came back to the class to see me after the class and said, "I love your classes. You're going to see me here all the time." He said, "Actually, you know what I told the judge a few weeks ago?" I said, "What?" He said, "Well, I told the judge I'd rather go back to jail than go to school." That's how much it scared him to come into a class and learn something. And I was in tears when he told me he loved what we did. So I mean, that was like, yay, we're helping somebody. Another problem is just everyday issues in their house, their homes, all kinds of problems that people have, that we all have, but for them, it's a barrier. And the last one, which maybe you didn't think of, is transportation. We have classes and sometimes people won't show up for a few days and I'll say, "Are you okay?" They say, "Yeah, I didn't have money to buy a bus ticket. I didn't have money to buy a bus ticket, so I couldn't come to class." I've tried reaching out to the buses and the big transportation companies in Chicago, but I haven't managed as yet to get any free tickets for them. So we've come up with a program that we think is innovative. We also have a very strong outreach program because our goal is not to have people always come to us because of the fact that I just mentioned, transportation, but to establish courses in the communities. So we're working with several different organizations right now, setting up programs. We have classes in libraries, in your homes, wherever someone can give us a place and have people come where they feel comfortable, we'll go give a class there. And I think the last thing that you really have to offer people who can't read, and we see this in the ALfA method, which is one of the reasons I like it so much, it's very caring and supportive. And it's a lot of times adults who can't read never had anyone to encourage them or tell them they were doing things right or push them, or sometimes sometimes students will come to class because I specifically said, "I really want you to come to this class." One woman woke up in the middle of the night. She said, "I have to go tomorrow. Joanne told me to come." And she came and she liked it. And in the ALfA method, it's not only teachers telling the kids to come, but it's the kids caring about each other. So that builds a a warmth in the classroom where they want to come, they want to see their friends, and they want to help each other. And the better they get, the more the teacher can expect from them, and they will live up to that. And it's exactly the same with adults. I don't see any difference. So our mission at Literacy Chicago is to empower individuals to achieve greater self-sufficiency through language and literacy instruction. And everything we teach is free for the students. So I just want to show you a couple of pictures of our classes. They're very friendly, they're non-judgmental. And one of the key words is fun and enjoyment, because I believe firmly that you remember better if you're having fun. One of the big problems is finding students, because we can't put ads out, they can't read. So, but we do have a good reputation. Agencies know us, social workers know us, word of mouth, students bring their friends. And then we partner with various organizations in the city, and then we are always reaching out. So that's how we find people. And we think we're really different because of what I just mentioned. We care. We care. If I don't say hello to the students in the morning, they will come into my class one by one and give me a hug. It is our tradition to give hugs every morning. And I get a whole lot of hugs, and it's wonderful. And the classes have to be fun. So we never give homework. We give home fun. The whole idea is it's got to be enjoyable when they go home. There's something they want to do. The classes are interesting, engaging, and never set up like a traditional classroom, because adults did not succeed in those rooms. So let's make it look different. They're innovative, interactive, and very similar to the approach that Dr. Sunita has, and why I felt so connected to her at our first Zoom meeting, where we met by chance or by luck, because I'm in luck now, yay. I felt I found somebody on the other side of the world who thinks the same way I do about teaching. And so one of the things we have to think about with adults is that there are many hurdles. Not only are there barriers, but there's hurdles. And some of these are difficult putting words together once they sound them out. And we're talking about that too before, with critical thinking and understanding, and then visualizing what they see. I firmly believe that adults who haven't learned to read are auditory kinesthetic learners. They have trouble with visualization, which is why they don't do well in traditional schools, which is looking at the board, reading the book. When they're not doing, it's harder to remember. Sometimes their own pronunciation isn't the same as mainstream English. Of course, they didn't succeed in normal schooling, and they didn't have, as I mentioned before, a support system. So I'm just really briefly going to tell you what kind of classes we have, because we believe that you have to do more than just teach phonics. That's the beginning. But once they get there, we have to teach adults things they haven't learned in life, because they missed out on so much. So reading for everyday life is just reading forms, reading doctor's reports, reading bus schedules, reading maps, what you need to read every day, just kind of for survival. And this man, by the way, is our oldest student. He's 81. He comes every day. He's been coming 15 years. He can read now, but he still likes to come because the class is so warm and inviting, and now it's his family. And by the way, he's had the same tutor for 15 years. They both retired at the same time, and we matched them up. They're great friends. So we try different ways. So we teach through poetry, and we print books of our students' work. And this year we have a whole chapter of their poetry that they've written. So they're reading and writing, and this is so new. We've had learn to read through song, learn to read through theater as well, which I didn't put up. Reading the World is about science and geography, everything in the sciences. You can see they're having fun. The woman at the table at the end is their teacher, and she'll teach what they want to learn. So they asked recently, how do airplanes stay up? They asked, how do cell phones work? And again, going back to the ALfA method, it's engaging them because of something they want to learn. So something they know about, they want to learn more about. The process behind ALfA is the same that we have. Teachers stand back, let them think, let them ask, then you can help them. But it has to come from them, and they learn better and they remember better. The woman sitting at the table, you can see there's a board up there. She created a kind of there's a game in the United States called Jeopardy, where you have categories and you ask questions. So she teaches American history, and she'll go through different periods. And at the end of every class, she's made up an interactive game that they play, and they help each other. But what's so amazing to me, this woman is in her 70s. When COVID hit, she said, I can't do this, can't do technology. I'll see you when COVID's over. A month later, she called me up. She said, teach me. And now she does her own interactive games. And so everybody can keep learning, everybody at every age. We have a math class because they have terrible problems with math. And as soon as I get back, they're starting the numerology book that you've seen. I'm going to buy a bunch of sticks and pebbles, and we're going to do clapping, and I think they're going to love it. It's a very good way to visualize math. Like Michael, I think math is important and money is important. Michael's doing a presentation called Money Math, I think, at a conference soon that I'll also be presenting at the University of Illinois. But we decided, we were invited by the Chicago Bulls to go to a basketball game, and they gave us tickets for our students. And I realized that the United Center, where the game is, doesn't take cash. We are going towards a cashless society. And our students don't have credit cards, debit cards. They're afraid of banks. They keep their money under their mattress. Really. I'm not kidding you. So we paired up with a bank, and they've been coming in and teaching them about banking and setting up accounts for them, and they love it. And finally, but not lastly, we are going to be incorporating ALfA more and more. We've already started testing it out, and we have big plans for the United States and ALfA because we think it's just amazing. And so I'd like to show you a little video. It's about 3 minutes long. It was actually cut. I filmed a man who's in his late 50s with his tutor. It was a 9-minute segment cut down to 3. And you're going to see how this method works, how he could go from not understanding any of the letters. This was his first experience to making words. So just hang on, and I'll get that video going for you right now.
Okay, so Daryl, you're going to pull the letters out that are going to make the word cat. Right, perfect. Cat. Okay, I'm going to put them back. Now you're going to pick out the letters that are going to make the word met. 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 Right? Okay, let's sound them out. We've got a from right. That's, and mat and mug sound the same, right? Yeah. So let's keep that one. We're making the word mat. And the next sound we want is the a. A. Right, we want that right next to that M because it goes Yeah. First, and then a. Okay, let's put these guys back. And we want mat. So remember, we've got the car, the bat, the tub, the mug, and the goat. Mat. Perfect. Okay, once you get it, we destroy it. Okay. The next word we're going to make is bag. Book, good. Bag. Yeah. Bag. Bag. Now let's go over what these are. A car, an apple, bat, a tub, a mug, and a goat. Okay, now. Yes. Okay. And which ones do we need to say? I'm trying to think which ones we haven't done. Well, some of them use the same letter twice. I don't know. That's going to be hard. Which ones do we need to say gam? Gam. Gam. Yeah. Gam. Good. Gam. Okay. What's that sound? Which picture does that one go with? Do you remember? It goes with this picture. So what's the first sound? Right. Yeah. K. Right. So we've got Cam. Okay. And if we wanted to say gam, not the C sound, but a different sound, g, what would we put at the front? Good. 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 Yes. Perfect.
So, whoops. Let's turn off the screen. We have a big screen here. So if we don't turn off, we get an echo. So you can see how so that was 9 minutes in real time, how quickly that man went from not being able to figure it out to be able to put gam. But you know what? The sad thing is that he has to do it because this guy's in his 50s. He was in prison. He had a lot of problems. He couldn't read. But the good thing is that he found us and he's determined and he's coming back. And I don't know if you could tell how this tutor is a brand new tutor. She's only been with me for a short time. It took me 15 minutes to train her. So it's really easy for people to use when they get it. I showed her and that was it. So I'm just going to share my screen for 1 second so that you can see my email in case anybody wants to connect. It will also be sent to you, but I'd love to connect with you, to share ideas and to see how together we can eliminate illiteracy in the world, not only for kids, but also for the forgotten generation, for those adults. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Now I'd like to welcome, thank you, Joanne.
That was very inspiring, and Matt was also very, very inspiring to get another perspective on adult literacy. And you can see how, with so much love and empathy, the volunteer was teaching this completely illiterate person who didn't know a single letter to write or create 3-letter words, which is very difficult. But in just 9 minutes, they did that, and shows also the power of the pedagogy. And I think you'll accept that. Want to introduce Sigamani Naikar. Sigamani Naikar is our guest of honor here. He's a PhD, University of Western Cape. He's an extraordinary professor at the University of Western Cape in Cape Town, and also chairs the Ministerial Committee on Inclusive Education in South Africa. So delighted to have you with us today. Please do share a few words of wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. You can hear me. We have load shedding in Cape Town at the moment. So I just want to say that, I really enjoyed Joanne's presentation, and I loved the humanity in voice and the spirit of her presentation. It was quite incredible. So, Dr. Gandhi, I think you're developing a new pedagogy, and we have to challenge the dominant narrative in education. And although, you have NEPA, and NEPA is a very powerful education policy document in India, we have to ask the question, what is the methodology, and how do you translate that narrative into an effective and efficient way of empowering education administrators, policymakers, but most importantly, the rank and file membership of the bureaucracy and head teachers and people who run schools. Because we have to ask the question, why over the last 200 years that working class children fail in school and in most cases cannot read for meaning? What do we know? What we know is that schools, children, families, teachers, and the education system are victims of an economic model. And Bowles and Gintas told us in 1976 about the American situation. And I wasn't surprised by what was said in the previous presentation. My view is that there is a serious knowledge gap in the formulation of policy arising from under-theorizing the lived reality of children in poverty. And the misrecognition of this body of knowledge results in working class children being rejected from the system as a norm, and the dominant narrative is framed by middle class policymakers. The cultural capital and social capital of the education norm in elitist areas become the benchmark within the education system. And you've been working in the slums. I heard you very clearly. And I really admire you for this, that many of these children are not part of the dominant education narrative. And the dominant education narrative is controlled by an education elite. And therefore, the system of education, not only in India, but in other countries in the world, has been reproduced. Therefore, so many children, working class children, have failed. And I'm glad that you are recognizing the experiences of the learners in the dialogue that they have in the classroom. And that dialogue can produce a new education narrative, not the narrative that is developed in offices across education systems in the world. That goes for the United States, that goes for Britain. And if you look at the critique from a social justice perspective of education in the UK, they have several challenges, and there is a total misrecognition of the lived reality of many children in the UK. So you talk about the things that you talk about and the learner-centeredness, it encourages me. When you talk about love and humanity, it encourages me, Dr. Gandhi. And it does offer hope for a learner-centered narrative that we need to start developing and managing, which will give children in this very unequal world hope for the future. Thank you very much for accommodating me and inviting me. I'm very inspired. Many of the speakers, by yourself, you offer leadership in education, and hopefully one day we can jointly produce a substantial narrative to make the world a better place. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Sigomani from South Africa. Lovely to hear you, a professor, a researcher, and he is looking at a new narrative in education, and so nice to have you with us. Next is Bill Graham. He's the president of Rotary Dare. Bill has had a number of previous careers as a military officer, a consultant to top executives of major international corporations, the builder of a significant international enterprise that becomes a market leader in 10 countries, became a market leader in 10 countries, an associate professor and course sequence coordinator at a major US university. Bill became a champion of something he calls Vision 2030, the world that could be if all the UN sustainable development goals could be fully achieved in all parts of the world for all people. Welcome you, Bill. Lovely to see you here, and look forward to your narrative.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. So many of these presentations have been so interesting and so inspiring, and I want to take just a couple of minutes to add a couple of points to reinforce some of the things that you've been talking about. If I look back over recent decades, there's been millions of initiatives seeking to improve education all around the world. But as Andreas Schleicher, the head of the OECD Global Assessment Program, PISA, has said a few years ago, in almost all countries in the world, other than 4 or 5, we've seen no significant improvement in education outcomes for a decade. Now, you've also highlighted that how much worse things have become in the last 3 years since he said that due to COVID. Now, what we have to realize is, what do we do about it? Now, Einstein supposedly said doing the same thing over and over, expecting different outcomes, is the definition of insanity. But our answers to poor education outcomes has mostly been to double down and do more of the same things that have thus far not brought about the desired results. In most cases, that's been more teaching. Let's do more teaching. At the same time, most education researchers and teacher colleges and others have recognized that the main problem is that the learners are generally not actively engaged in the learning process. For the most part, they're just passive participants. Most of our current education systems are teaching-centric. Our schools are more centers of teaching than anything else. But we have to recognize not all learners, and this is something Sigmund was just referring to, not all learners are equally prepared and able to receive whatever knowledge is being disseminated from a teacher at a particular point in time. So the solution is clear. We need to change our teaching-centric education approach into a learning-centric approach. At the end of the day, it's not about what the teachers taught, it's about what the learners learned. And this is what I find so fantastic about the ALfA program, in that it is really focusing on how do we get the learners engaged in the learning process, not just here to learn to read or to learn numeracy. What they're really doing is learning how to learn. They're learning how to ask questions of one another. They're learning how to think about what this learning process is all about. So I really will encourage to the best of my ability. Currently, I'm the vice chair of the NGO Committee for Education, Learning, and Literacy at the United Nations in New York, and I will do my best to bring together as many people on that committee as I can to push this to a global agenda. Because now that we see what is possible, we know that so many times in recent decades and actually centuries, there's been so many great ideas, but we've failed to be able to get the bulk of people around the world to adopt them. So our challenge here is how do we take these great ideas and get these great ideas implemented everywhere around the world? Now, I put together a short video here, and Sunita, would it be possible to show that at this point?
Yes, of course. I think if you show it, it's better because we don't have the technical people. So if you can show it from your system, that'd be great.
Okay, so I'll show it here. Do I have the right to share screen?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Okay, let me.
Hi, I'm Bill Graham. I'm the representative to the United Nations for the Italian Diplomatic Academy and the vice chair of the NGO Committee for Education, Learning, and Literacy at the UN in New York. I'm also the president of the Rotary Dare to Be Great Global E-Club. Rotary is an association of some 1.4 million business and civic leaders in 47,000 locations all around the world, all dedicated to the ideal of service above self. During the past 3 years, COVID has had a catastrophic impact on education worldwide, with most of the world's children having suffered up to 2 years of reduced education. Currently, roughly 2 out of 3 of all 10-year-olds worldwide cannot understand a simple written text. That's an almost 30% increase in 3 years. In the United States, the pandemic is reported to have erased 20 years of progress in reading and math. A report by UNESCO, UNICEF, the World Bank, and others say that COVID-19 is the worst shock to education and learning in recorded history. But we have to remember, education was failing to achieve the needed goals way before we ever heard of COVID. Even before COVID, almost half of all the world's 10-year-olds were not able to read effectively, and hundreds of millions of children, especially girls, were unable to complete their education or never even given a chance to start an education. And even many of those completing their education found they were unable to find employment related to their education in their home countries. It's obvious that education has been failing to deliver the needed outcomes for decades, and that COVID-19 has dramatically highlighted and exacerbated this catastrophe. In 2019, there were around 800 million children of primary school age in the world. Around 90% of these were enrolled in schools. This means that around 40% of all the 10-year-olds that were unable to read effectively worldwide were unable to read despite being in school. In some countries, as many as 80% of the 10-year-olds that are in school are unable to read effectively despite attending school. This means that if we could just get every 10-year-old who is currently in school to be able to read effectively, the percentage of all 10-year-olds in the world unable to read effectively would be less than 10%. This would be a tremendous, almost unbelievable achievement. During the past 3 years, more people have experienced firsthand the impact of COVID on education through their children or the children of relatives or neighbors. And more people than ever in all parts of the world recognize the need for a meaningful global response to the education losses due to COVID. This means that in addition to being a major catastrophe, COVID also represents a unique opportunity, an opportunity to be able to leverage all those people who are hungry for a meaningful global response to COVID, to mobilize the world's masses to recover those education losses, but not just recover to where we were before COVID, but to build back better and reduce the number of children unable to read effectively worldwide to a level never before achieved. Now's the time for a concerted global effort to get every school child worldwide to be literate in both reading and numeracy. I therefore call on all members of the education community worldwide, school administrators, teachers, etc., and all political leaders to pledge to get all school children in their schools and communities to achieve at least second grade literacy and numeracy before the end of this year, 2023. Some of you will say that's impossible, especially given the results of previous years. However, during the past 2 days, we saw that it was possible for almost all children, including those as young as 5 or 6, to go from total illiteracy to being able to read newspapers with understanding in as little as 45 school days without requiring a teacher to teach them how to read. We're not saying all teachers should use this or any specific method to get their students to be effective readers before the end of the year. We're only asking that every educator pledge to work as hard as they can to have every student reading effectively before the end of this year. As the saying goes, you can't hit what you don't aim for, or you can't succeed if you don't try. Having said that, we're providing the link to this method just mentioned that has children reading effectively in 45 days in case you are not aware of a method you believe can achieve that for your students. We'll also post this in the comments below. This method can be implemented for next to no cost, so there's no reason for any student to be illiterate at the end of the year other than the school or teacher not trying. So come on, join the campaign to get everyone in the education community worldwide the pledge to have every student of theirs able to read with understanding before the end of the year. We don't want any school child to be unable to read effectively as of the end of the year because their school or teacher did not try. UNESCO, ministers of education, teachers associations, please become the global, national, and local champions for this campaign to get all teachers to pledge to get all their students to be literate by the end of the year. Unless you have another campaign that has the potential to achieve similar or better results worldwide, what reason could there be not to champion this initiative? And to Rotary, Lions, and other service organizations around the world, support this initiative by encouraging your schools and teachers to go for it and offer to help them in whatever they need for the short 2-month campaign needed to achieve these results. Remember what Michelangelo said. The problem for most people is not that they aim too high and fail, but that they aim too low and succeed. Should we fail, let it not be because we did not aim high enough. Dare to be great. Thank you.
Okay, that is the crux of the
This is
issue.
what a poorly insulated attic looks like.
Sorry
If your
about
home
that.
qualifies and make your house comfortable. We'll cover.
Okay. The key thing at this point is we see a method that we believe could bring about the needed results. But unless people implement it, unless it's implemented everywhere, we are missing a tremendous opportunity. All it takes is for everybody to contact everybody they know and get them contacting everybody they know. And let's get every minister of education around the world to declare it a priority in their country to have every student be literate by the end of this year. It only takes 2 months, so there's no excuse, and it doesn't cost hardly anything. So there's no excuse why any student at the end of the year should not be able to read other than no one made an effort and tried to achieve that. So please, I ask everyone join in that effort and let's make this happen. Dr. Gandhi, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Wow, Bill, speechless. Thank you very much. Sounds brilliant. I mean, if you can manage that, that's going to be quite a gain for the world. You are daring to be different and daring to be great. This is amazing. So now I'd like to say a big thank you, but also request Kurt Kruger, Peacemakers Circles and Network, to say a few words. Please introduce yourself a little more.
Well, namaste and assalamu alaikum.
We'll be asking Miguel Pena from Peru to speak, and after that, Gail Davis.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Namaste. Welcome. I'd love to be able to welcome you all with great respect and love, because this group here is changing the world. We are doing it step by step, focusing on what we want. When I've taught physical education, when you brought up and sports psychology and so much more. But when you brought up this idea about this somatic aspect of learning, so many people take that out of life. And this whole simple moving of words or numbers or pieces of blocks or what, give people that psychosomatic experience, because what we do physically is then brought into the mind a little bit because we're moving it and so on. There's so much to it that allows a person to be able to embody the learning. And that's the most important thing. And that's why we teach a psychosomatic spiritual practice of meditation, and that's a super concentration practice. And without that, we can achieve more. And that simple learning process that people can be brought into, when we started off with that focusing practice just at the start of a class. I've taught in one of the worst schools in America. And when I taught them that simple practice, they reduced the violence at the school, they had better grades, they had all kinds of things happen just because of that simple thing. And that can be incorporated into very easily into this learning process. And this is why I thought it was a valuable way to be able to add to it. That's why we're here. We are collaborating and bringing to life what we all know. So it's going to be like a synergistic effect, and we fly a lot faster and higher. Thank you so much. And I'd love for you all also, of course, to join these peacemaker circles. They're spreading all over the world and bringing peace in everything and everything with peace. Thank you. Wa alaikum assalam.
Next, I'll request Miguel Pena. I had the pleasure of meeting this wonderful young person working so hard to realize the dream of literacy in Peru. So we just recently met, and I think he needs a forum. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you, Sunita,
And
for
before that,
inviting
of course,
me.
I want to thank Kurt for his wonderful presentation as well. We hope to stay connected. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes.
Miguel, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen from Peru. Yes, I'm from here. And I want to thank you to Sunita to invite me to this wonderful event and to learn more from each other. I'm very happy and very motivated to expand ALfA program in my country and why not the South America. I wanted to start saying how I started in this environment of education. I used to live in different countries before, specifically Norway, and traveling around. And when I came back to my country, Peru, in 2019, pandemic came, 2020, and I saw that for 2 years, there was no education. And when I heard the program of Sunita, that children could study or learn in 45 days reading and mathematics, I was so impressed. So I didn't doubt to start this process. And nowadays, we are having contact with a school in the Amazon here in Peru. We are doing preparations to implement this program here with collaboration of local teachers. Nowadays, we see that many governments around the world have different problems and so on, but the children are the ones who suffer. For example, I have communication with the local teachers in the Amazon rainforest, and some of them, they are saying that they want to make strikes because they are not happy with the system or they are not happy with the government nowadays. So ALfA program can somehow support or boosting the children, because if the teachers don't go to school, at least children, they can learn this, they can earn this time for learning in 45 days how to read mathematics. So I think it's very important to expand ALfA around the world and also to work with small and new organizations because they are faster and they can go very deeper with the small communities. So this is my small story. I'm very happy that I am one of you. Thank you so much, Junita. Thank you, everybody.
Gracias.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. We have some people who have joined us. And it looks like from Morocco, we have Kaitor El Andaki. Be lovely to hear from you, just a few words. And Nguyen Kim Nagan and some others. I think also Kishan Kumar, guest of honor. So you're all invited to say just a few words, please, if you don't mind. As we are coming to close of this session here in India, it will be closing at midnight, midnight. So it's morning for you or afternoon for you, depending on where you are. And we're delighted to have you here. So just an open forum where we'd love to have few words from the people who are also so long that you've been listening, and we'd love to know who you are. Thank you so much indeed. Just 3 or 4 of you would like to say a few words, or more of you, it's okay. Just maybe 2 minutes each. Okay, I think no takers. So I would like to, okay, somebody's raised hand. Please proceed on.
Yeah, good evening to everyone, or I can say no, good morning in India. And thanks to Dr. Sunita Gandhi for inviting me here. Thanks to Devi Sangathan. And I'll not forget to give respect to Dr. Geeta Gandhi as well as Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. Today, we are doing something good with Dr. Sunita Gandhi. So this is the blessing of these two people. And I welcome all from India side. So myself, Dr. Kishan Kumar, I'm ex-Air Force and DRDO. And after retirement, I'm working on brain development, especially the right brain of the children. So I'm making their brain fertilizer so that we can let it be literacy, numbering, or other thing we can introduce in the children very easily. And as far as the literacy concerned, we use like abacus and some other tools very easily they can learn even through the flashcards. Even we use the hands like 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the other hand is 10. So this way, very easily children can learn, and through the abacus also, the small children, even 1 year and 1.5 year children are very easily able to learn even addition and subtraction. So these are the way we are using since last 20 years. We have helped more than 3 lakh students. So not taking more time, thank you everyone. And all together we can do something for the society. Thank you. Jai Hind.
We say Jai Jagat. Let glory be to the whole world. Thank you for being there.
Again, thank you for your wonderful, thought processes here. I'd like to invite Fred, if possible, if Fred can please lead a 5-minute discussion, 5 to 8 minute discussion, after which we are inviting the last presenter of the day. And Fred may invite Mary also, she's here, Bill, others, or everybody who's here, and whoever else wishes to engage in it. Then the last presenter for today will be Gail Davis, and I'll be introducing her in just a little while. Fred, are you there? Yes. Okay, great. Could you please?
Put your mic on.
Sorry, Fred, there was a problem with the mic.
Oh,
Now you
can
can.
you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So, in light of this kind of extraordinary morning, evening, afternoon, a question I have is, with all these different programs that we have that are kind of amazing in their scope and sequence, it would be great to hear from people about the biggest challenges they face, and engage people in a community here. And I would like to just ask the question about what people think their priorities are. Maybe we can allow people to see. We have 21 people here, probably only a few would say, in your heart of hearts, the biggest obstacle to political will or mobilization, and have a kind of candid conversation for a few minutes about, if you're willing to put yourself out there, what kind of challenges that you struggle with in making this happen. Because clearly 90 days is not a serious commitment, but it's a serious step. And but there's fear here, and I think that there is a desire here to just address the demons head on. And I was wondering if people would be willing to say what it is that keeps them up at night. And Bill seems to have his hand up here. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Fred. Thank you. I just want to mention, I've done pretty exhaustive studies in a number of states in the United States and a couple of other countries around the world. And one of the things I notice more than anything else is why we're failing to achieve is basically because no one's trying. People are trying in this community and that community, and we get some little spot improvements here or there. I once spent 3 years traveling around the states, United States, talking to more than 1,000 educators, and every school I went to, they had some program going on to really improve outcomes, and they felt very good about them. But we watched year after year after year, and we saw no movement in the overall national needle, if you would, on improvement. So in New Jersey, when we looked, we saw that the top 10% of schools, they have 92%, this is primary schools, have 92% of their students at grade level. The bottom 10% of schools, less than 7% of students at grade level. And year after year after year, it is the same thing. And we have schools in New Jersey and almost every state in the United States where statistically 1 out of every 3 boys going into first grade, these are 6-year-old children, is statistically destined to spend a year in prison before they're 30 years old, because they are on the path to failing because their entire school fails. So when we look, though, and ask, well, what's the plan? What's the plan to do something about that? We don't see any plans. We don't see anybody that has a plan how they are going to dramatically improve the outcomes in those low working and welfare class communities. And when we talk around everybody, well, that's everybody's own responsibility to take care of themselves. But I like to bring up the example here of a couple of women going past the graveyard, and they see a woman bent over a grave, and they say, it's so sad. Her parental success was killed by somebody else's parental failure. Because we have to realize that we're all in this together. And if we who only care about our own children, our own community, are really to blame for those communities that fail, and are a major part of the violence and other problems in the world. So that's why we have to get everybody to say, let's do it. Because as long as everybody else says it's somebody else's problem, somebody else will do, the government, it's their problem, they should do that. And the schools can say, hey, until you fix the social problems out there, we can't do anything. And the politicians are saying, hey, it's you educators, you're to blame for this. As long as everybody's finger pointing and nobody's doing anything and nobody has a plan, nothing will change. So the thing that keeps me up at night is, how do we get the world to have a plan to achieve a result that everybody commits to working to achieve. Thank you.
Fascinating. It's hard to say, you know, really what keeps you up at night. I'll give an example, but I see Diti Basu Roy. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
So much. Good evening and good morning wherever you are. So I was saying that somewhat in contrast with the Bill, what he said, I believe that little drops of water, little grains of sand makes a mighty ocean and a pleasant land. Thus the little minutes, humble though the be, makes the mighty ages of eternity. So every little effort counts. Every little, so if you work in our community, if you work in the 5-kilometer radius of where we are, that counts. So it's not that we are going to touch the world. It's world starts within me. World starts from I'm an Indian and Hindu by birth. So where is in Hinduism it's called Sarve Sukhina Bhavantu. The whole world should be happy. Sarve Santu Niramaya. Whole world should be well at healthy. Sarve Bhadrani Paschantu Ma Kaschid Dukha Bhavet. But everybody should be united and should think about well-being. But every aspect starts from within. It's me. The world is here in my heart. So by small effort counts. And I'm going to start. I'll connect with Sunita ma'am definitely, personally. And I'll definitely start this program in Greater Noida. If you give me, I'll start in this district, Gautam Buddha Nagar of Noida, Greater Noida. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for this wonderful discussion and wonderful evening. I had spent 3.5 hours after my school. I had a long day in school since in the morning 8 o'clock, and after that I joined this at 9. So it was a wonderful evening I spent. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. There's more. Let's see.
I have a question,
sure,
if you don't mind.
Sure.
I'm very impressed with this incredible program, and the whole thing that is based on is something that actually started off in India. And one of the great heroes of all time is a man named Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. And I believe that when we follow what he did in being able to prepare people with the Salt March, he basically, at every single time, he had to prepare them with an inspiration. You get people inspired. That person then takes it into themselves. They make it themselves, like you were talking about, Aditi. And you do it in your community, but you also spread it in your community. The inspiration turns into perspiration. But it took him 5 years to train people to be ready to take the abuse that the Salt March was going to create. And with that incredible self-discipline and training, we were able to get freedom for India. And this is what the Peacemakers circles are doing, is that we're giving people trainings in these simple kinds of things, in what can work. And we spread it in as much as we can, like the imaginal cells in a cocoon. And those imaginal cells spread to the next one, that they get communicated with in your neighborhood, in your communities. It spreads not exactly like wildfire, but suddenly it does turn into a wildfire with wind to push it even more. And this is what's happening. For instance, a dear friend of mine just was asked to go on to Necker Island and give a training for all the incredible people that get to go to Necker Island, which is where Richard Branson, Sir Richard Branson, owns the island. And they get their own house to live on for the time that they're for the training, to give the training. This person has brought change to the world through the Pachamama Alliance. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but their vision is to create an environmentally sustainable, socially just, spiritually fulfilled human presence on the planet. What else is there that creates peace on earth? So we are spreading our wings. And this is through this incredible program that Sunita has been able to bring forth with us, combined with those ideas about values and virtues, combined with and so on, because we're getting together and manifesting. And I can wait, but there's a lady that's going to come on last, and I'm sorry that she's last, but we're going to have a great presentation after we get done with this dialogue. Thank you so much for this time. Thank you, Fred.
Thank you. Before Benita, I'd like to say that there's something about the discussions about method and then process and then strategy and policy and all the various people's programs. One thing that does keep me up at night is the fact that the NGO world is all about collaboration, but they do a lot of hoarding because they have to survive. And that the particular quality beyond the pedagogy and the science of it and the work and strategy is this notion that Global Dream has of human agency and reciprocity in the small places, and that nothing will work unless we begin with a sort of sense of generosity. Here's my courses, here's my content, here's my stuff. And then if someone takes advantage of you, let's say, well, you win 50% of the time. I mean, that there has to be this sort of generosity here, because we have wonderful programs. They do become silos. And I know we've said a lot about that before. If Benita can go and then Mary, that would be great.
Gail too.
Oh, Gail too, right. I just want to make sure all attendees, are heard right now. So Benita?
Okay, so hello everyone. Good morning. I'm Vinita Gupta and I'm talking from Genius Brain Academy. I work under Dr. Krishan Kumar sir, and I want to tell you that our organization, we teach abacus, right brain development, midbrain development, and in midbrain development, we train the students in a way that they can read blindfoldedly, or they can identify a color of an object blindfoldedly. Like if you put something in their hand, or not even their in hand, just put in front of their eyes, and their eyes are blindfolded. Even then they can tell which object is this or what's its color. And you can see behind sir's banner, behind him there is a banner where a child is reading and his eyes are covered with a black cloth. So this also helps students to develop reading abilities, and it develops their mind. Their intuition power increases, they become confident, their concentration increases, and it helps them to become confident and to become motivated. So all these brain development programs are organized by our sir, Dr. Krishan Kumar sir, and there is a student whom we call Google Boy. Whatever information you ask, he can answer that question. And no matter what question you ask, like about continents, their size, he can tell you everything about that continent. And there is a lot of information, and he has been trained by sir. And and through abacus, their visualization power also increases. We teach students, we train them in a way that they can do calculations in their mind also. And so these brain development courses also help in new education policy. It's a new way to teach students, breaking the monotony of a class, breaking the traditional method. So it helps them to learn something new in an interesting way. And we teach them through flashcards as well, which increases their photographic memory. So these helps them a lot.
Thank you. I certainly wish I had a photographic memory, but we have a lot to learn from you. Mary?
You know, I guess I want to just say that we know exactly what works. And because I've taught hundreds and hundreds of people how to read, it's really a fallacy that we don't know what works. And Sunita has put together a toolkit in which it could be implemented across the world. But in the United States, I really think we're up against huge lobby groups with these publishing companies. And so it's really about making money in the United States. So the programs compete against each other and they're at big international conferences. And so it really frustrates me as an educationist who works with students of all ages that people are not learning to read because we're really fighting the publishing companies and the big interest in education. So it's not that we don't know what to do. We know exactly how to teach reading. We do. And we're not getting on with it because of money and special interest. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, sure. Just a quick thing. I've done a great deal of work training teachers in the country of Suriname. And in one of the final projects, I asked the students some scenarios and what they would do. And one of them was that there's a gigantic flood and it washed away all the textbooks. Now, what are you going to do? And the students found that the textbooks were particularly cumbersome impediments to the learning itself, and that relying on resources and local materials and their own homespun ingenuity, there was a certain cultural sense of being able to build number sense and literacy out of the natural setting. And I say this in a context of a country that and many countries get these big World Bank loans or development bank loans to buy things, when Sunita made it explicitly clear about these thin workbooks or no workbooks. I imagined a disaster scenario in which the textbooks were washed away and the students began to imagine teaching. Instead of going through the textbook to the students, the textbook was out of the way so they can teach the students directly. And I find that it's a rare person who comes up against the textbook companies. So I really appreciated that a great deal. It's been about the 5 or 8 minutes or so, Sunita, and I think that the floor should be yours.
Actually, I'd really love it.
Can you दिखा दो, चलो मेरे को दिखा दो. I'll really love it if you can continue to be chairing this for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I want to invite our last presenter, but not the least and the most important, wonderful human being I recently got to know. That's Gail Davis Carter. She is a UN ECOSOC representative, UN partner, and social entrepreneur. In the past, Gail has owned companies in Europe and the US simultaneously. During the first live-streamed event for the UNDP, Quincy Jones and NetAid to eradicate poverty in 1998, Gail created the Creators 2030, UN SDGs, Arts and Youth Initiative, the creators2030.org, to support creative professionals, youth, sports, NGOs, private sector, and all citizens by collaborating with their respective countries for an overall quality of life. She later created the Listen Give initiative in 2012 to provide solutions for global issues utilizing the United Nations sustainable development goals, education, and stakeholdership. So I'm so delighted to have run into Gail and get to know her, and now to have her present some thoughts and ideas as we speak. Gail, you may correct the spelling of your name. Somewhere it's gone a little tad wrong. Yeah.
Put your mic on, please. We still don't hear you, Gail. You're talking to yourself so far.
And yeah, we're looking for your mic.
Still haven't found it. We almost sounded, no sound still.
Are you able to hear me?
There you are. There you are.
Perfect.
Hello?
Very good.
You're on. You're on.
Oh, that's why. Okay, let's try this again.
We can hear you fine.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gail Davis Carter, and it's not about how you spell my name. It's more about what we're creating here today with dignity education, I believe. I hope I didn't say it wrong because I sometimes forget. But the importance of what Dr. Sunita Gandhi is creating here. While I know we're here for literacy, I wanted to share my screen to start off with someone I think is, could say where we start with children from the home, if that's okay with you. So I'm going to start with my screen here. And there's, I'd like you all to hear, I hope I don't mess this up because sometimes technology is not where you would like it to be. But I'd like to start here. Let's see here. I'm sorry, everyone, that it wasn't on cue and ready to go. But I hope you can see this. This is Dr. Ambassador Tamani.
Gail, will you turn on the volume, please? Sound.
You lost.
The way I was raised, and
Let's
sometimes
start
that may not be good
again.
enough for, it's really easy for
Okay, please let me know if you're able to hear
the
now.
majority of what they learn is not what you verbalize. It's really just what they see. I have a boy and a girl, and it's really easy for to raise a boy to be the way I was raised, and sometimes that may not be good enough for the way the world has to work now. So how he relates to his sister, how he relates to his mother, how he relates to other to girls overall, I try and emphasize his responsibility. They do the same chores. So they're not girl chores and boy chores. They're just chores for everybody. No automatic expectation that my daughter will be in the kitchen and my son won't be. And maybe I hope that communicates to them that boys and girls have equal rights. And but this is a hope. There's a lot of other influences in my children's life that I have no control over, and I have found how to interact with that is not easy as a parent, but we try our best. And but remember, all children, everyone has their own nature, so you're just trying to add a bit on top. But I'll make my final point is really, as a parent, you never feel that you're succeeding. It's always very difficult, but I love them, and I think give that at the end of the day is what they draw the most from.
And so I played this because I wanted to have everyone understand that it starts in the home. And this was Ambassador to Kenya, Dr. Martin Kimani from the UN. A few days ago, we worked on that. And I thought it was really important here to start with that, because when we start with home, it is where the son, the daughter learn to engage with the public. It is where they learn to engage with people. It is where mom and dad, while they are learning to read or so forth, are engaging with the school, the teacher, the whole entire infrastructure. So when that child goes home, everything that they've learned, okay, is reinforced at home. It's reinforced with the parent. It's reinforced between the parent and the teacher, their friends, and those who they meet. So I like to start with on the ground. It's great, all of our accolades, our backgrounds, and everything, because that's what helps us to engage with the youth. But what I like about Dr. Sunita Gandhi's program here is that it is for all people. It starts with the child all the way to the older. I've seen videos where she is literally training people of all ages to engage in reading in a 45-day to 60-day period. The way that we transform education here is by working together with students, working and not seeing them as older or younger, but as working together across the board. And that happens when we give them independence and stakeholdership in their own education. But I want to say this, I do believe that teachers also belong in the room working with them, because here's the deal. No matter how old you are, you can't do this by yourself. There's no way you can do this by yourself. And to expect someone who is 6, 7, and 8 to know what their life is going to be like is putting a lot of pressure on them, rather than letting them be young people who judge their life and where they want to go. They need that freedom to live and enjoy and have fun. So they need their teachers. How many people have said, if it wasn't for my teacher? And that's something that people may not want to sometimes hear all the time, but I think coupled with what Dr. Sunita Gandhi is doing here is where she is saying literacy in 45 days to 60 days. And I say to 60 because some people will learn at different stages. It is very important to understand that with the youth being trusted to be part of their own infrastructure in their own life, allows them to grow. And then when they're doing it side by side with their other friends, they're no longer afraid to learn. They're no longer afraid to say, oh my God, they're going to laugh at me if I can't read, or they're going to laugh at me if I don't raise my hand, okay? I'm coming from a very simplistic place. Okay, so when we look at what literacy for all can be, there is a hashtag that we're asking all of you to be a part of. That is the young people who are listening to this. That is the teachers, the educators. Before we make this so convoluted and complicated, it's really simple. When you take and you say, Dream Literacy 23, Dream Literacy 23. By the end of this year, okay, we can have people in all countries, everywhere, reading, but it can't be as in a small part of the country. It has to be in the entire country, something I attribute to Bill Graham shared with me. And so, in looking at that, okay, it's important. Now, I've been accused of showcasing what everyone else does, okay? What do? I teach students around the world I hate the word critical thinking. I teach them what there's already in there. There's no such thing as critical thinking and emotional intelligence. That's already within us. I am very blessed to teach with students who start from 8 years old all the way to adults who start with 78. We teach them to find solutions in their own communities through creativity, through innovation and technology. And through that, they automatically combine their academia with their creative thinking. So I think that that's important for us to start. You heard Ambassador Kamani. You heard where things come from, where it starts. It starts from the home. It starts from when that child is birthed, how we engage with that child. So it's a little bit different from what you've been hearing from everyone else, but I hope that it is a compliment that people, who have spoken feel that it is. And I really don't have a lot to talk about. I just think that what Dr. Sunita Gandhi has brought to the table here, the way she has people look at the pictures and start out with the beginning of the name, allows for people to actually engage. And so if you have the word cat and you see car, and you see the letter an apple and it's apple, and you see T for tub and it's tub, and you sound it out and you say, well, what is that? That's cat. If you have people who are like children working together, they don't feel uncomfortable sounding out those words. If they have a lisp, L-I-S-P, if they can't speak too well, or if, things of that nature, it allows them to feel comfortable with each other. And it allows another student to see another student struggling and supporting each other. So they're learning from day one how to work together and how to collaborate with each other. That, for me, is the most important thing. So if we get students involved in that, empowered, and even parents, and what I like about Dr. Sunita's program is that parents who do not know how to read or who can't help their children can also be involved as well. So that's my piece here. I have one more video I'd like to show you. Some of you have heard of Viola Davis. She is an award-winning actress, and her husband is also an award-winning producer. And he was on with us with Ambassador Kamani and those people. And I wanted you to hear a little bit about how Sunita's work, the work we do, or Bill, or I believe Mr. Fred Mednick, or Kurt, and all of us, and Dr. Inger, who's not here, Meta. All of what we do comes together, but it comes together through working together. I hear people say we need to let the youth have more say. I don't agree with that. We all are the future together. Okay? Your brain doesn't form and make mature decisions until you are 25 years old. Okay? So I am going to just share one more time. I hope you will allow me to do that. And I think this is what I'm going to end on. Just one moment, if that's okay with you. And here we go. This is Julius Tennant.
It's really important to be a parent. I mean, I think
this
all
is
of
the
us
highest
today hit on all the questions of how hard it is to raise kids, and you do the best you can, and it's like you teach them the best you can, and then hopefully they go out into the world and do the right thing. But they have to go out into the world. They have to go out into the world, and they have to deal with a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different people. So what they learn at home, those are going to be the things that they're going to take away when they go away to college, when they're just out there in the world. And so, and storytelling, because storytelling is important. It's important in entertainment. It's important to have storytelling that's entertaining. We can do documentaries so that we can document history and understand history and that kind of thing. I think in the U.S., the African Americans in the U.S. have kind of a little bit lost their way, because we've looked at kind of how what's happened in the U.S. with slavery and all that, and how slavery can kind of dominate thought and all those things here in the U.S. But I think that, when you're telling stories that are about us, that come from our motherland, because listen, our roots come from the motherland, whether we want to like it or not, or people, because we had a lot of folks that didn't really see the woman king in the U.S. We felt like the woman king should have did a lot better in the U.S. But we're proud of what it did do. We're proud of being able to bring our culture from Africa into the U.S. so people could understand that there's a bigger picture, that the transatlantic slave trade there was a lot of crossover. There was a lot of things that happened. But storytelling is important because it allows kids to learn something about the culture here in the United States they don't know anything about. I mean, we're here in the United States trying to get rid of Black culture in the U.S. So we have to be cognizant, and we have to be responsible to bring the culture from the mother country. And there are a lot of different, cultures within Africa and all that. But then we have to come together and tell our stories. They deserve to be told. And we need to just stay focused on that. And we need to come together. There needs to be a coming together with America and Africa with storytelling. And we're really focused on working with with creators out of Africa, in terms of South Africa. Matter of fact, we're getting ready to go back to South Africa and do a movie in June. I'll be back there in June shooting another movie. We just
Okay. So the reason I shared this is not about the point of culture of Africa. Okay. But I shared this for about the point of it also, what Dr. Sunita Gandhi's work is doing, it shoots straight across all cultures. She's doing Maldives, places in Africa and Asia and Latin America and places like that. There are people that are seeing this and seeing what's possible with learning to read in a 45 to 60-day period where they're not left behind across all ages. And that's why I shared it, because storytelling is a part of it. Once you know how to read, you can then become immersed in the story and the culture that you come from and be able to share it with one another. And that is where I will stop. So please, I ask you to go to seeddignityeducation.org and dream literacy. That's DREAM literacy, LITERACY 23. Okay. Hashtag Dream Literacy 23 and connect with Dr. Sunita Gandhi's project, and not even project, program across all countries. It will make the biggest difference, and it'll be where all of us can come together. And let's stop looking at when one person has something, well, let's get our stuff out there. No, it's okay if one person has something and we all come together on it, because we're all a part of the same thing, making a difference. I would rather attach myself to Dr. Sunita Gandhi's program with what I'm doing and what Bill's doing. I'm also part of Dare to Be Great as well. I'd rather do that than to redo the work someone else is doing. Let's all work together, whether you're from Asia, Africa, US, Latin America, Caribbean, Europe, anywhere. Let's all come together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gail. You know, just a quick thing. On the very first day of Teachers Without Borders, I went to a meeting and there was an ECOSOC person there, and from the UN, and I said, what's your definition of a teacher? And it seemed like a silly question, but I just asked it anyway. And his answer was anybody with valuable information to share. Now, this is the village elder, the retired person, the prisoner, with valuable information, and then information that one shares. So you're talking about reciprocity and agency and collaboration. And truly, if we're talking here in the disruptive literacy movement about building a mass movement, we can coalesce around, global dream, and we add to it and support it. And we do this when no one's looking. This is not about self-aggrandizement. It is about sacrifice and generosity, because there's a higher good here. And I saw that from the very beginning. And so anyone with valuable information to share, must be included. And so I really appreciated your words there.
Thank you so much. I want to say something now. It is not sacrifice. When you sacrifice one thing to have another thing, you are really not having anything. And I don't think it's okay to teach our children that. It's what you create in this world. It's not going to always be easy. We can have whatever we want, but it's not easy. Okay. But that doesn't mean we have to sacrifice one thing to have another thing, because then you're missing out on that. Transformation is literally transforming the way you live and how you see things. But it's important culturally, Fred, that we look out through the lens of the people we're engaging with, and understanding that one size doesn't fit all. Bill, one of the things in talking to Bill that I learned and I gained a lot from was that Bill said to me, Gail, when you work on one part of a country, you don't do anything because it's just known in that part of the country. And I took that to heart, seriously. I had always been doing that, but I never was able to articulate it in quite that way. It's really the whole country together. And that's what I began doing. Our group had already been doing that, but working from country to country and bringing those countries together so no one is working in a silo is what's important. And to train our children that it is not, don't sacrifice one to the other. Ask, how can I have it all? And you can't do everything at one time, but how can I have it all? You may have to say, I'll work on this first and then work on that. But if you can't read, excuse my expression, there's not a damn thing you could do in this world. You've got to be able to read. And I think that the fact that Dr. Sunita Gandhi's work, what she's doing, I'm not saying this because she's here and I'm on a Zoom. I'm saying this because it's factual. If you have people, her program offers reading in 45 days. By the grace of God, I wish my mom was alive because my mother was well educated, but she didn't, she had 2 kids. Okay. My husband speaks several languages. Okay. From learning to speak Latin. There's so many things that once you read, the world is your oyster and you can do anything. And I want youth to also learn to travel. You can travel through your reading. You can travel to places and then say, when I get older, I'm going there. I have a niece, I took her to England. She is now a Fulbright and she is taught in Brazil and she's traveled the world and she speaks fluent Chinese and others because she traveled. So these are the things we have to teach the reading, and we have to get to people in different ways, in different capacities. And I think that is what Dr. Sunita Gandhi's program offers. So when we talk about it, I don't like to talk. And as most people know here, I'm not a talker. I'm about taking care of business. So my thing is here, Fred, and all of us, how are we going to join? Let's do this Dream Literacy 23. It is connected to FLN, Dignity Education, and we're all involved. We can do this by the end of the year. Bill said, hey, let's do it by the end of the year. Let's rock it out and do it. Dignity Literacy 23, worldwide. All ministers, attention ministers, Antonio Guterres, Deputy Secretary Amina Mohammed, you rock and I love you. All of you. Yes, it is time to do this. Not do it, but be it. Be, do, have. Let's take it on. I'm not here to rally. I'm very serious in what I'm saying because all of my students have done exceptionally well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just very quickly, unless Bill was going, let's see, who was going to say something? I don't know.
Yeah. I think Kurt, I just wanted
Kurt.
to cheer Gail on and I couldn't find any way to show that, but she was right on calling for the key leaders. Let's get behind this. But I think Kurt wanted to say something.
You have to unmute, Kurt.
When Los Angeles Unified School District does this particular program, like it's been proven over in India, then it can spread because there's the proof. And all the world will jump on it because we give it away free. And that's the beautiful thing about this particular gift. Like we are all gifts to each other. And we excite each other to be able to do this so that we just flower so quickly and easily.
Beautiful. Sunita, it's very hard to summarize an extraordinary experience like this. Bill?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing we have to be very careful about, and that is I hear so often, especially at the UN, people saying, hey, if everybody would just copy the successful ones, if everybody would just do their share, we'd solve all the problems. But historically, that never happens. Kurt just mentioned here, people will jump on because we can show the success. There's a famous case that was not too long ago. The teachers in Oakland, California, the school district had implemented a very effective reading program, and they forced it to be stopped because they did not like what the teachers were being asked to do. And they said it was more important for them that they be able to do what they liked doing than that their students be successful. And they stopped the program. And you see this happening all over the world. And Mary mentioned earlier, the political problem. It's not a technical problem. Can we do that? Sunita has proven that we can do it. The problem is political, and that's why we've got to get the political forces to push to get everybody and make it here so that if you're the one that did not commit to pledge to get your students there, everybody's going to be looking at you and saying, why didn't you commit? Why didn't you pledge? And these are the kinds of pressures we have to be. Volunteerism never works. It never works on any significant global initiative. If you want something to happen or somebody to do something and you don't plan to cause it to happen, that's wishful thinking, and we can no longer afford the wishful thinking. Thank you.
Gail?
Am I heard here right now? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say here, just do something here. I can't hear. Okay. Are you able to, okay, there we are. What I just wanted to say here, I'm sorry, and first two things. It's Dream Literacy 23. Dream Literacy 23, not Dignity Literacy 23. Dream, DREAM Literacy 23. It's connected to FLN and ALfA. Please, Dream Literacy 23. Make sure, because it's a dream turn reality. So that's one. Number two, I just want to say this. If we keep talking and focusing on a whole lot of other things other than main focus here, which is ALfA and FLN, what you focus on is what persists, period. That's what we want to focus on. That is it. And so to the leaders, Fred, thank you of making things very clear for people here. Dr. Sunita Gandhi, thank you. But for me, Dr. Sunita will tell you, it took a lot to get me to talk because I don't like to talk on screen. I hate it after COVID. So for me, it's just, let's get started. What is going to be the first step we take? Instead of like, let's end this conference, what is the first step we're going to take here as the people here? What are we taking on? Okay. So I will take on speaking about this to the ministers and the people at the UN, music artists and others that I know, and the everyday person and teacher. That's what you can count on me for. And Sunita already knows that. Bill knows that. I am asking each person here to take that on, but all of you out there, please, let's get this started. I don't like a lot of talking. I just want to, let's get this moving. What country, I'm challenging what country and government is going to take this on next? Thank you.
I'm going after LA Unified School District and to get it to Kelly Gonez, who's used to be the president of the whole board. And she is now just a member, which isn't so bad because it's the second largest school system in America outside of New York. I just need to talk to Sunita about it a little bit before. If we make a commitment today, each of you who are just listening to it, whoever it is, not just panelists, the people who listen to this later on, this is where the world changes because you decide you're part of this incredible change. Imagine being a change maker. I always ask people to be a peacemaker, because if you have peace in everything, everything is so much more peaceful and it can come out of you. You can bring that presence forth like Gandhi did when he was present anywhere. People would list, thousands of people without a microphone could hear him because they were so quiet and attentive. And that's the beauty of that incredible source that's within us, as us. Thank you. Sunita, you want to close it off? You're the hostess with the mostest. You can put your mic on. You still don't have the mic.
Oh.
There you go.
So
Oops. Yeah.
I wanted
Oop.
Fred to wrap it up because Fred is incredible. And all of you are incredible. It's just been absolutely remarkable, the discussions that have taken place today. And I like the idea of commitment. I like the idea that we're going away with the idea, we'll do something about it. And I'm, overwhelmed, to say the least. A lot of emotion here, a lot of emotional connect, a lot of people who are sincere and seriously thinking about how to go do things differently, and also considering ALfA and rallying behind me in this particular context. I feel blessed. I don't think there's much more that I can say. I mean, it's been absolutely the most amazing session for me, even though, it was not per se policymakers, it was people in more in the field of implementing change, both adult literacy and literacy of children. I just loved all the presentations. The energy was beautiful. And I feel that everybody was ever so, sincere in the pursuit of what could be done. I also felt happy that I could share, more about the program. There's a lot more to share. I'll be, as we say goodbye, I'll be putting up a 5-minute video about the MOOT that took place over the last 2 days, a very brief video covering how that MOOT went, because I'm sure Fred and many of you are probably curious. So we can start to do that. I just want to express my deep gratitude to all of you and to those who did speak this session. And of course, all those who have come during the course of the day. 4 hours we've been into it, and all of you are still at it, the ones who are here now. And even those who left half an hour ago, 3.5 hours, a long, long time. It just shows how much you're committed. Thank you indeed. And with gratitude, I also want to share my gratitude to these two people around me. On the left, although you can see it on the right, I suppose, on my left is Sumita Bhatt. She was supposed to be the master of ceremonies, like Fred was supposed to wrap up, but I want to thank her nonetheless because she's been my great support through this whole 3 days. She's been doing tremendous work. I also want to thank Yusra, who has a small little girl at home. Husband is waiting outside, but she's she's absolutely ready to sacrifice that little bit to help me wrap this up. And she is also doing amazing work with this literacy work we're doing. Have a very, very committed team. I want to thank Joanne, who's right here visiting from Chicago. I want to thank all the team members who are here. As you can see, all of us now in one go. These are the gallant people staying up till middle of the night. We've had people come in 3 shifts. Of course, not us, the hosts and the presenters, but all these wonderful people have been here for quite some time, good part of the day today. So here we go. This is it. And I want to point out Neelam, who's sitting that side also, who is my assistant, and she helps me in every crazy thing I do, everything I do, from getting my psychology ready for the day to ending the day with me. She's there with me. And of course, I want to thank RK Singh and his entire team. My mother, who sent Abbas. Abbas has been great support for me. Farhan, who's been great support to me, head of computers in CMS. Sammy, who's doing social media for us, for Devi Sansthan. And then we have, please apna naam bataiye. Hassan Sahab. Next. Vijay. Next. Nishant. He's a teacher from City International School, grades 11 and 12, but he's savvy in computers. We asked him to be here. Who's next to him? Anas. Anas is also part of our team. All of this is our team. Everyone is our team, just working in different places. And then there is Mr. Sir? Sohan Lalji, of course. On the camera? Manish ji. Here? Ji? Ilyas. And sound system? Rajesh, okay. Then the academic team, Saurabh and his entire team, the technical team of Devi, of course, Manish and his entire team, people who made the calls and brought people together. And that team, Manish is Mr. Mayank Srivastav. sorry, Mayank Agarwal, and a lot of really, really good people that have been backing it up. I'm not thanking everybody yet, but gratitude to all of you. Okay, this bodes us really well. I think this particular event, I'm so happy Kurt is here, Gail is here, Bill is here, and Fred, of course, Mary was here till very recently. Miguel is here. Michael is still here. My goodness gracious me. Joanne, of course, is stuck in Lucknow, and she's here anyway. So thank you very, very much. I just cannot thank you enough. Aditi Basu Roy, Nguyen Kim Nigan, Saurabh, and Vinita Gupta. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Let's meet again very soon, and let's hear from how it's going to go forward. We'll empower you. We'll give you the wherewithal. We'll give you the links. We're making an app that you can go spread and just take it up from there on. So we are here
And we have a Zoom
to facilitate you, the change makers. Thank you so much indeed. Fred, last words go to you, please.
Last words go to me. That's a scary thought. Let me just say this, that,
we're very happy to welcome you today to this.
No, we'll go after your words. They were too fast in moving.
FLN, Foundation Literacy, which is the very foundation of learning. Maybe I recognize.
Sorry, a little bit of technical glitch. Please, Fred.
Oh.
Final words from you.
Okay, just very quickly. There's this philosopher, Martin Buber, who once said, when you shake another person's hand, that's the time you truly feel your own. And I do think here in this context, the most important thing, as Gail was saying, is our next day action. And I would urge everyone to collaborate on a kind of platform where we share what we do and what we can do in the service of others. We all have challenges, but let's walk this talk of being that kind of singular body where the notions of other people's work becomes as important. And we just dignify this thing because dignity is the sole source of what's underneath it. The sequence of teaching to read and mathematics is not something cast in stone, but it's structured enough so that global cultures can adapt this and adopt it and make it accessible and available and be profoundly human. This was my favorite session by far because it went from pedagogy to policy, but it landed on people. And I think that in the end, that is what is going to work. So the real work, although I think that putting this conference together was an incredible amount of work, the real work begins tomorrow when we become that community. And I think nothing should get in our way for sharing our work, measuring our results, and promoting each other's accomplishments in a way, that, again, as I started, you can, what keeps you up at night, in a way, that kind of reciprocity would make you sleep at night, knowing that you will have been of service during the day. So with that, I just want to thank everybody and welcome everybody to the next phase.
And we Zoom peace to everybody, because we've looked at this whole group of lovers, of people who look at the world through love, and we say, Zoom peace, because we've seen through the goggles, through the glasses of love, that everything is love, everything is part of us, and Zoom peace. And there's peace throughout humanity and all our
very
relations.
happy to welcome you today to this session on literacy, FLN, Foundation Literacy, which is the very foundation of learning. Maybe I recognize for cat. I recognize a cat. But it's definitely unknown.
MOOT video, if you can watch.
Other method, if you divide, one is whole language and the other is phonics. The basic difference being that one is based on the idea that whatever you're saying, you can read. So it's whole language. So read from the beginning what you're going to read anyway or say anyway. if he learned phonetically. That is, if he can break the sound to its component parts, that somehow we are reading a lot better and a lot faster. So this child, can decode and say, okay, I know this picture. This is a picture of a boy. Now, next question we ask is, what is its first sound? That also the child knows, because, and especially if you break it down for him, ba, o, e, boy, right? Boy. So basically he can see, okay, the first sound is ba. And he can tell you that the first sound is ba. Then comes another picture maybe, and let's say that's a picture of an apple. So you ask, what is this? The child says, that's apple. What is the first sound of apple? The child will say, ah, right? And let's say the next picture is a goat, and you ask, what is this? The child says, a goat. And you say, what is the first sound of goat? So the child says, ga. So, okay, now you add the three sounds, what do you get? Till now, there's nothing unknown, nothing at all unknown. The child will say, ba, a, ga, and they say, what does it make? Bag. All of this the child can do without being taught the letter A, B, C, D. So we don't even teach A, B, C, D. We go straight to words.
The books, they have lots of good prompts, lots of good activities. So now we're going to do an activity together, series of 7 letters, and you can use these 7 letters to form as many words as you can. How many words you made, and also what was the longest word you could make?
I made 18, but very small ones, mostly 3-letter words.
Okay.
And my biggest was idea,
Okay.
IDEA.
Okay, idea, that's a good one. You got
And
18.
rain, and rain.
Okay, very nice. Good.
I've made 11 and my biggest word is garden.
Oh.
Nobody's in a rush. One thing that you will notice, that in the same time that a teacher will make a dictation or ask you to copy some questions or a text from a textbook, or you write on the board, they copy in their notebook, they can do so much more work. Ministry of Education invited us to work in these 2 LPDs, low performing districts of India. That is your Sambalpur in Odisha and here in Shamli, Uttar Pradesh.
Pair learning, what we saw, fosters 21st century skills. The 6 C's that we all talk about: character, citizenship, communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. Each child learns to speak confidently. Their accuracy consistently improves through the discussion. And they are not being judged here. There is no teacher who's sitting there and judging them. So without any inhibitions, we see.
In a paired classroom, in a sense, even if you've got a lot of students in your class, it's still a 1-to-1 ratio.
We don't focus on marks because everyone get 100%. Basically, whenever learning is joyful, it is a good thing. The fact that every child is touching and doing, that's really critical. Sometimes difficult to do because materials can be expensive. So in ALfA, we're using very simple materials, and children can bring their own materials. They don't even need to have ice cream sticks and matchsticks. They can actually use pebbles, leaves, things they bring from home, spoons, pencils, anything at all. Any counter can be used for 10s and 1s. Any counter can be used for 100 or 1,000. And kids are so very inventive. And when they understand with this and not on their fingers, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they are understanding for real, that the children are talking to each other. So they are developing that articulation as to what they're doing. And that's really important because it's also clarifying for them what is that activity involving.
On a shoulder, it's 1,000. Over a head, it's 100. 1 clap. When we clap in front, it is 10. And when we snap, it is 1.
Quite the challenging number. All of you have got it. Fantastic. 5,432. Exactly right.
Bingo.
The fact that you actually were concentrating and trying to figure out what number, Samvida ma'am had made. That is beautiful.
Using these hands-on materials to solve in the way it would be done in an ALfA classroom.
Normally, we do hands-on like we used to do also in the past, but we hardly ever connected the hands-on activity to the written expression. This is going side by side. They can see how the written expression comes out from a hands-on activity. All the training that Shamli teachers have got is for one day. All the training that summer teachers have got for one day. Half a day for literacy, half a day for numeracy. So in fact, only 6 hours. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you very much for being such an excellent and such interactive participating group. Thank you.